review only, which is first, either in person or through our call-in service. A reminder that a concept review is just the first step in the development review process for a planned unit development. There will be no decision made this evening regarding this proposal. The purpose of tonight's meeting is for the community and City Council to provide comments and feedback to the applicant so the applicant can consider whether or how to move forward to a formal application for future consideration. If the proposed PUD amendment moves forward after the concept review, it would then require future public hearings and both the Land Use Review Commission and City Council. The timeframes for those hearings would be dependent on when the formal application is submitted. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1 minute to speak. For those who wish to make public comment in person, there is a sign-up sheet located in the lobby. That list, along with the list of those calling in, will be used to determine the order of the speakers. We'll hear from 6 in-person individuals, and if there's anyone on the phone, we'll take 1 phone call. And then when we hit these limits, priority will be given to those who indicated they are Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after the Broomfield residents have made their comments. Visit our broomfield.org/council meetings webpage for step-by-step instructions on how to use the call-in service. We've had it in place for a few weeks, I want to say, but we've never really had anybody take advantage of using it. So I see tonight we're going to get to test it out, and bear with us because it hasn't been used. So I'm ready to use it. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. Our first item on the agenda is a concept review for a proposed amendment to the Great Western Park Planned Unit Development Plan regarding the allowed uses for 2 parcels north of Walnut Creek from employment uses to residential uses. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept review plans. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We'll then take comments from members of our Land Use Review Commission and any other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and then lastly, comments and questions from City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at the broomfieldvoice.com, and copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, and good evening, council and community. It's always good to see a full house, regardless of the topic. It truly is. It is what government should look like, and community engagement. We appreciate it. Our planning manager, Brandon Rowe, is going to kick us off this evening, walk us through, and as the mayor had indicated, the applicant is also here, and Mr. Rowe and the rest of our staff, North Metro Fire is also here for any additional questions specific to the fire department. Mr. Rowe, please introduce this item.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Again, Brandon Rowe, Planning Manager. I do want to build on some of the topics that the Mayor had mentioned in her intro. So tonight's concept review is held for the purpose of providing feedback from the community and City Council to the applicant as they consider whether to proceed with the formal development application. I want to reiterate that there is no formal vote or decision made this evening regarding the project. Whether tonight's comments are supportive or not, the applicant will have the ability to submit an application moving forward, and staff would be required to process that application. As mentioned by the mayor, future public hearings would be scheduled for that formal application if one is submitted, as the time is appropriate after reviews. This evening's concept review is related to a proposed text amendment to the Great Western Park PUD plan to change the allowed uses for 2 currently vacant tracts of land from employment use to residential use. I also wanted to take this opportunity to mention that we have received significant numbers of public comment by email and those that have been compiled in the correspondence folder, along with all the comments we received from the Brimfield Voice. There was a partial Brimfield Voice report that was added about a week and a half ago, and then today we added the full report with all of the comments through midnight last night. Many of these comments are related to concerns about the Skystone Parkway extension. It's important to note that the Skystone Parkway extension is part of previously approved documents. I'd like to provide council and the residents in attendance a brief background on the parkway over the years. So in 2001, Broomfield's then City Council approved the original Great Western Park PUD plan. At that time, the development was envisioned to be an approximately 335-acre business campus containing wholly employment uses. There was no original residential proposed. As part of that original PUD plan, there was a roadway proposed. It was called Great Western Parkway at that time. And that was proposed to connect at West 112th Avenue and go southbound across Walnut Creek. It ended in a roundabout type feature within the southern part of the Great Western Park PUD. In 2008, Broomfield City Council approved the second amendment to the PUD plan, which then made some changes to the allowed uses. It allowed for an active adult community south of Walnut Creek. The amendment also realigned Great Western Parkway to run from West 112th Avenue to Sims Street in what is essentially the current alignment of the full roadway. It maintained that connection over Walnut Creek. In 2009, Broomfield City Council approved the initial site development plan for the Skystone development. That site plan continued to depict the roadway from West 112th to Sims. We changed up the name then and it became Lantana Parkway. And then in 2013, the roadway was renamed to Skystone Parkway. As Skystone Parkway has been previously approved through prior site development plans, the Metropolitan District is able to move forward with construction drawings for the construction of this roadway. It should be noted that based on these prior approvals, Skystone Parkway is required regardless of whether the development of those vacant northern parcels that are being discussed tonight is residential or commercial or flex industrial. These plans have remained in place and staff, the landowners to the north and the adjacent Metro District are currently obligated to follow those approvals when drafting and considering construction drawings. Understanding that many of the comments received express concerns about the roadway extension, staff welcomes hearing from the City Council whether there's a request to provide new direction regarding this roadway extension. If so, staff would regroup with the Metro District and the Church Ranch team. Church Ranch is the applicant for the concept review this evening. The Metro District is a separate entity. To discuss these concerns, look at potential options which can then be brought back for a future study session for City Council's further discussion at a later date. The Metropolitan District has recently submitted new construction drawings for the Skystone Parkway extension. These current construction drawings are under review and a neighborhood meeting with the Skystone residents will be held as part of the second round of that review to provide the residents with an opportunity to see the proposed street design. Regardless if the developer proposes this future residential development, chooses to move forward, the Metropolitan District can continue with the construction drawing process for the roadway and construct it. So while the future development of these northern parcels would utilize the Skystone Parkway extension, that extension could be completed without a related development application. I share this background to provide the context of the history of the roadway, the independence of the roadway's construction from this development proposal being shared tonight, and any other future development being proposed for these sites. I do want to reiterate that the concept review this evening is focused on the applicant's proposed amendment related to 2 tracks. It was a long intro, but I wanted to give that context and we'll dive through the specific proposal this evening. If I could get the next slide, please. The project area is located south of West 112th Avenue. The 2 parcels are approximately 42 acres in size, and they are generally east of the Great Western Open Area and west of Sims Street. Next slide, please. The property is designated mixed-use commercial in the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan, and the applicant's proposed residential development is generally consistent with the anticipated uses of a mixed-use commercial property. The existing Skystone property to the south is not mixed-use commercial. It is identified as residential on the comp plan. Next slide, please. The property is zoned PUD. It's governed by the Great Western Park PUD plan, and the two parcels that are being discussed this evening are identified. Tract N3 is green, and tract N4 is purple. These two tracts are identified in the existing PUD plan as being intended for employment. Employment is also sort of synonymous with commercial uses. The applicant is proposing to revise the PUD to change the allowed uses for these two tracts to residential of varying densities. Next slide, please. Specifically, tract N3 on this map, it's the lighter sort of sky blue color, is proposed to be medium density with a density of 15 dwelling units per acre, or approximately 440 units at its maximum intensity. The remaining 9 acres of the property will be used for open lands and potential public land dedication. Tract N4, which is on the east side of the Skystone Parkway extension, is proposed to be high-density residential at a density of 30 dwelling units per acre, or a potential max of 330 units. This is anticipated to be a multi-unit development, possibly apartments. Next slide, please. Public notices were provided for this project in advance of the meeting. The applicant voluntarily entered into an enhanced public notice radius. So they sent public notices to everybody within 2,000 feet, plus any additional homes in Skystone that were not within that enhanced buffer. We also had the applicant post signs on the property. A neighborhood meeting was held for this project in advance of the concept review that was held at Wayne Carl Middle School in Westminster. It's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles from the Skystone development. So significantly closer than the Broomfield Community Center, where we typically see neighborhood meetings held. Notices were sent to that same 2,000-foot plus buffer, and we had approximately 148 residents attend that neighborhood meeting. As part of the application, staff has identified 5 key issues. I want to spend some time talking about these because these are the sort of bulk of the discussion that was in the memorandum, as this is a PUD amendment just seeking to change uses. There is no site plan provided. There's no details of parking or architecture or anything like that. It's just the use change, but that comes with some impacts that staff has identified. Primarily, the first one is the conversion of land from commercial to residential and those resulting financial impacts. The proposed PUD amendment would convert approximately 40 acres from what was initially planned as commercial uses to residential development. This represents a significant departure from the original 2001 PUD vision for this 322-acre area, and the conversion is estimated to reduce the future planned commercial space by nearly 500,000 square feet. This has substantial implications for Broomfield's long-term financial sustainability. According to the long-range financial plan, commercial development generates a positive net fiscal impact for Broomfield, while residential development consistently produces a negative financial impact. The proposed development of up to 820 residential units would result in an estimated negative $1.3 million annual fiscal impact based on 2024 dollars and fiscal policies. The development would house an estimated 1,800 residents, including school-age children, which would be a departure from the existing residential that is currently out in the Great Western development, which would also place an impact on Jefferson County schools, further adding to municipal service costs. The second key issue is the lack of access to transit and services. The project area is outside of RTD's service area, and as such, they have no access to public transit. The project area is located in the extreme southwestern corner of the community, and that location compounds the lack of transit as residents will be nearly 7 miles from the closest community recreational facility, the library, and the health department, as well as other city and county services. The project is not proposed to be an age-restricted community, in contrast to Skystone. Because this project is proposed to include residents of all ages, again, there would be populations requiring access to schools, childcare, library, health department, and recreational uses. The closest schools are approximately 2 to 2.5 miles away. Likewise, the Skystone community has their own private amenities on their property. So their residents are able to utilize those privately funded and owned amenity spaces, whereas these residents may have to travel to utilize public amenities if the project is approved. Proximity to Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport is the third key issue. The project is located just south of the airport. While the project area is located outside of the airport's critical zones and the runway protection area, it is within a high-volume flight path for the airport. The high volume of air traffic results in significant noise and could possibly result in a reduced quality of life for the future residents in this proposed development. The concern regarding noise impacts was reiterated by the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport staff in their review of the development proposal. This was also shared in the staff memorandum, but the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport staff stated, the developer and CCOB should be aware that approving residential units in this location will likely lead to additional aircraft-related noise complaints to both the airport and Broomfield. Given the increasing noise complaints generated by residential developments nearby, we as in Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, would recommend a land use that is more compatible with airport operations, such as the previously proposed employment uses. I have two more key issues. So the fourth is the proximity to the outdoor firing or gun range. The project is located southeast of an existing outdoor firing range owned by Broomfield and used for the police department. A number of the resident comments that were submitted identified the noise impacts of that existing firing range, that the Skystone residents are able to hear gunfire. While the proposed development is not within the pathway of any of the firing range, it is close enough that the sound impacts could also have a detrimental impact on the residents and have an impact on their quality of life. And then the final key issue, we sort of started with this and I'll bookend with it. Staff has received a significant number of public comments related to this project. We appreciate the residents reaching out and sharing their thoughts and concerns. All of these comments have been included in the correspondence folder, and the consistent themes raised in these comments include the proposed completion of Skystone Parkway, the resulting increase in traffic and possible safety concerns, noise impacts from both the airport and the outdoor gun range, roadway capacity and congestion concerns, impacts to the ecosystem due to the large wildlife population in the area, and negative impacts on the financial outcome of the city. These comments were all included. Like I said, this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening to provide a presentation as well, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representatives please make their way to the podium and identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, members of the Land Use Review Commission, and members of the public. My name is Carolyn White. I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I'd like to introduce the representative of the developer who's with me here today, Greg Badbury. And we also have some other members of our team who will be presenting, and I also have a slide listing other members of our team who are available for questions. We have Curtis Rowe, our traffic engineer, to speak specifically to some of the traffic issues, and we have Eric Roth with CBRE who will be speaking to some of the market issues that are behind this decision. So that's our team. If I may begin with the slides there we go. That slide summarizes some of the key members of our team who are here available to answer questions. And I probably did not list everyone. I apologize. But if you have questions, we'll bring the right person up to the podium to answer them as we move forward. So as was already presented by staff, what we're here tonight for is to present to you in concept review, opportunity for feedback and questions, our proposal to rezone a portion of the existing Great Western Park PUD from the existing employment designation to a residential designation that would include both medium density residential and high density residential, as we'll show you here in just a moment. So we appreciate this opportunity to present to you and get this feedback. And we have this whole team that has a great deal of expertise, and we look forward to the opportunity to answer your questions. Next slide. You've already seen a vicinity map, but there's a couple things I want to point out on this map that haven't been necessarily pointed out already. You know where the location of the site is. It says site right up on there, and tract N3 and tract N4 within the Great Western Park PUD, generally north of West 100th, west of Sim Street, just south of West 112th. A couple other things, though, that are worth noting on this slide. We've zoomed out a little bit to be able to show you the proximity of the airport that was mentioned just a moment ago by staff, and also to show you a little bit of detail about the runways for that airport, how they're oriented and how those flight paths are. And we can certainly talk about that in a little more detail as the evening progresses. But we thought this would be a useful graphic to have in particular because the way those runways are oriented, there isn't a direct flight, path aimed right over where the project is. It's just a little bit south and east of them.
May I ask everyone to please be respectful? We let one person speak at a time and everyone will have a chance to speak. So thank you.
The biggest laugh I've ever got.
Well, I don't know if you live there, around there, if the experience is different.
Perhaps so. Let's move on to the next slide. What we're showing you on this slide here is some of the other development that has developed to date in the immediate vicinity, including within the Great Western Park so far. So we've got some community serving retail there on the hard corner of 112th and Sims. We've got some technology park type uses immediately along Sims there. We've got the Broadcom Great Western Park Phase 1 and some office, some additional retail a little bit further to the south. To the north on 112th there, you've got some traditional industrial, you've got some warehouse uses and distribution uses. And so there already is a significant variety of different types of commercial, office, and industrial uses all within the employment category in this vicinity already. And that in fact is a factor in terms of what the market demand is for the types of employment uses that would otherwise have been proposed on this property. So that's a good segue for me to introduce the developer's representative to talk a little bit about their history in developing this property and some of the reasons behind why this proposal is being brought forward to you at this time.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm Greg Bradbury. I'm a partner in Church Ranch, along with Charlie McKay and Jeff Nading. Great Western Park actually owns this piece. Church Ranch, we've been part of Westminster and Broomfield for a long time, since 1869, my partner, Charlie McKay. So we have a lot of history here, and we've worked really well with Broomfield over the years, in particular on this piece. We started developing this particular parcel in like the late 1890s. We have an envision of large corporate data office centers, that type of thing. Our first customer was McData back in 2001. They purchased 110 acres from us. They had a plan for 1.6 million square feet of office buildings and 9 separate buildings. They built the first one, and then they didn't build any more after that. They sold McData to Broadcom shortly thereafter, and Broadcom didn't build any more buildings. We had an additional plan for another 2.3 million square feet on the remaining ground, and we couldn't get any traction with any corporate campuses at that time. So we continued to market it in 2001 to about 2006. And actually, the city decided at that point they were looking for a age-restricted community, and that was something on your radar. So we started working with staff and city council back then, and we came up with the idea of Lantana, which we started, which was an age-restricted community, and we had Good Samaritan going through, and we ended up taking that project through the city process, and then Taylor Morrison came along and purchased the site from us, and it became Skystone. And that happened in like 2008. And then they started processing Skystone, changing around our plans that we had in Lantana, which is great. They made it better. And it really ended up working out well. They also purchased those retail parcels on the front of Sims there called Westview, where the pickleball facility is going, and those residents, and they sold that off, and you processed that a few years ago. We've ended up continuing to try and market this as employment, and we just can't get any traction on employment. So we have this remaining net usable, about 40 acres, trying to figure out what to do with it. We can run cows on it like we do everything else, but that's not the highest and best use. So, but I'd like to introduce Eric Roth right now. He's with CBRE, and he's ended up trying to market this for the last 3 years. He has a lot of information on the current market. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity. So as Greg mentioned, they brought us in about 3 years ago after trying to self-market it. Firm I'm with is CBRE, which is an international commercial real estate platform. And I think the ownership, wanted to get us in to kind of reach out not only to the international community, the national, and the local groups. So our company represents 90% of the Fortune 100 companies. So really they felt if there was a chance to land employment, we're the group to do it. And our success rate has been very high. As we went out to the market, both developers, users, capital sources, really 3 things came back in terms of feedback. The first one was this Northwest office employment market right now has a 27% vacancy rate, and it is trending towards 30 based on all the research that we have. Interlochen specifically is a 32% vacancy rate. So, abnormally high. But you're also seeing that in the tech center to some extent. So a very challenging market. So that was kind of the first thing we heard. And that's a tough pitch to get users and capital. And users would say, well, why do I want to build new? I could probably get a really good deal on existing office space. The second thing we heard is to go buy a building in this submarket, you can buy a building, a really nice one, for about 50 to 60 bucks per building foot. To build new, it's anywhere between $475 to $500 per building foot once you include TI packages. That math just does not make sense to attract capital, to attract users. That was the other thing we heard. Kind of the last thing we heard was that, if we want to come to this little pocket of the city, Westmore Park has a lot of sites right up against the golf course with full infrastructure. And a lot of developers kind of told me, it's like, if we're going to take that gamble, we're probably going to Westmore because it's just, a little bit more of a businessy kind of park. And so that was a tough for us to swallow, but that was the market feedback we've gotten after really hitting the pavement after 3 years. And so what we did get interest was residential. And we were kind of excited when those groups approached us for 2 reasons. One, the groups that specifically we have in mind were willing to build the affordable components. So no cash in lieu, but they're like, we will actually build the units. And I know that's been a priority for every city, is not to get cash in lieu, but to build them. The other thing is one particular side on the for sale component, this particular builder is willing to do what we call attainable product. Their price points would be between $450 to $550 starting. I know that sounds like a lot, but in a market where the average new home sale price is $625, anything with a 4 or 5 in front of it is, in our mind, pretty exciting, where you can get nurses and, teachers and other people that can actually afford the down payment to get into it. So that's what really led us to that, is some residential groups saying, hey, we think we can make this work. So that's all I have. I'm going to pass it back to Caroline.
May I have the next slide, please? Zooming out again just a little bit more, we wanted to show you some of the comparable developments that have that mixed use commercial or mixed use designation within the city and county of Broomfield. So we're highlighting just a couple of them here, and all of these have something similar to what we're proposing, which is a significant residential component within that overall mixed use commercial. I won't go through each one of them. You all are probably much more familiar with them than I am, but we wanted to give you an idea of the broader context and to show that what we're proposing here would not be out of sync with the development pattern that has happened in this general vicinity of the city over the recent years. Next slide. So this is an excerpt right from the current existing PD. This is what it shows, tract N3 and N4, each designated for employment. And the specific change that would be proposed, we could have the next slide, would be to change those designations. And they would be medium density residential and high density residential as shown on this slide with the additional designation of open lands. And you can see the specific areas that are being proposed on the southwest and the northeast for significant open land components. And then there will also be some individual park sites within the two development areas, and those would come forward at a later date with part of the site plan when they actually become developed. So just highlighting what would it actually look like on the PUD if we bring forward this change and you all approve it. It would be that change from employment to medium density residential, high density residential, and open land. Next slide. Just to do a little comparison of what the zoning that is existing today looks like versus what the proposed is. On the left-hand side of this slide, you see some of the uses that are allowed under the employment category. This is not the complete list. This is a selected list. But some of the things that would be allowed, office, of course, which is what we've all been talking and thinking about. And you heard a little feedback about the office market on that too. But it also would allow warehouses, mini storage, light industrial, car wash, gas station, and so on. If the rezoning is brought forward and approved, it would allow only those uses on the right, which is various types and densities of residential, along with associated uses such as clubhouse, amenity space, parking, structured parking, and of course, open space, or as you call it, open lands in your zoning code. Next slide. The other difference we wanted to highlight is sort of what does the actual built environment look like if this change is made under the existing zoning with the employment designation. The maximum building height is 130 feet. Under the residential designation, what would the maximum height would be 60 feet in some areas on N4 for 4 stories and 35 feet on N3 for 3 stories. So those are significant reductions in terms of the total height that would be allowed here. And in turn, and I'll show you in a minute what that looks like, the visual impact of what type of structures would be allowed on this land if the zoning change is approved. There's also a similar reduction in density in terms of the total gross floor area that can be developed on this. And perhaps most notably or most relevant is the open land. With that commercial designation, that employment designation, there isn't any requirement for open land. If it is changed to residential, there will be a requirement, and it is proposed to fulfill that requirement through a combination of the open land designation that I showed you on the last slide, as well as some of the excess land designation that has already been made as part of the development, and any difference can be made up with the fee in lieu under the code. Next slide. So on this slide, we're just showing you a bit of a visual representation of, you know, if you built out to the maximum that's allowed under each of those 2 zoning designations, what would it look like from the south looking north? And on the left, you can see the potential employment if those buildings were built under the 130-foot height limit. And on the right, you can see what does the three stories and 4 stories look like from the south looking to the north. Next slide. It was mentioned just a moment ago by Eric Roth, but I want to just highlight one of the other components of this, of course, is the triggering of the income aligned housing requirement in the city and county of Broomfield if this transitions to a residential use. And as was mentioned, although typically it's not resolved at the zoning stage, I want to make sure that you all know for purposes of feedback and ultimately when we get to the next stage, that it is proposed that the income aligned units will be provided on site. The housing developers that they're under discussion with right now have committed to that. And based on our estimate of the number of units that could be accommodated here, we think that would be about 35 for sale income aligned units in the medium density residential and about 60 for rent income aligned units in the high density residential. And those would be located on site as was mentioned. Next slide. I'm just sort of restating that here and also got a reference to the code. Now this is estimated based on the total number. Obviously, if the total number of units increases or decreases, that would increase or decrease the number of income aligned units that would be provided. One of the other things I wanted to mention in conjunction with this slide, as we think about converting this site to residential, I know it was mentioned in the staff report that the staff analysis has concluded that there would be a net negative fiscal impact compared to the current state if this property were converted from employment to residential. And I know that our team had a meeting with your team on that subject earlier today, and we did some analysis of the potential fiscal impact with the figures that are available to us and came up with a slightly different conclusion. So I'm certain that if this moves forward and becomes a formal zoning application, there will be further discussions about that. But one of the factors that we think could be factored in here is the fact that as we transition to more and more online retail sales and less brick and mortar, that residential actually does generate some small but meaningful amount of sales tax compared to what the other uses might have been in this location. So I just wanted to mention that. Next slide. So now I just would like to briefly talk about a subject that I know that you all would like to talk about. And I know from reading the comments that the citizens who are in attendance and have commented would also very much like to talk about, and that is traffic and Skystone Parkway. And to do that, I'd like to introduce our traffic engineer, Curtis Rowe.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you, Carolyn. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Curtis Rowe. I work with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm a traffic engineer. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Colorado. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer, which is a national certification for traffic engineers. I've been doing this 31 years, going strong. I'm also the traffic engineer professor at the Colorado School of Mines. And so Skystone Parkway, we figured we'd start there because that's been a topic of discussion. As Brandon Rowe mentioned, North Metro Fire is requiring its extension from its current terminus, which is just at the northern end of the Skystone neighborhood, up to 112th Avenue. As we all know, the reason for that extension of that roadway, it's needed from a safety perspective for both an emergency response so that there are two viable locations for access in and out of that neighborhood, as well as an evacuation if an evacuation happened to be needed to occur. The existing community with this Skystone Parkway then would have two viable accesses out and into that neighborhood. And then as Brendan Rowe also mentioned, not related, no relation to me, independent of this zone change request, Skystone Parkway is an issue that, that roadway can be constructed, would be constructed independent of this project, whether it stays under the existing zoning or if it is rezoned. So it's independent of this particular issue. Next slide, please. So jumping in, talking about existing conditions, first, Skystone Parkway, that's shown there on the top. It's constructed as a two-lane slow-speed collector. It has landscaping. 112th Avenue, that's shown in the bottom aerial image. That is also a two-lane collector roadway, provides a single lane in each direction. You notice the existing roundabout, that single-lane roundabout was recently constructed. That's the future location of the 112th Avenue and Skystone Parkway intersection. The applicant is obviously sensitive to traffic issues, and so they're proposing various traffic calming measures. And these traffic calming measures will maintain the safety and desired character of the roadways. We know that's important. And they're proposing this not only on their existing segments of Skystone Parkway, but also within the existing residential neighborhood at their own cost. Next slide, please. So in summary, traffic calming will be provided. Improvements will will be conducted for the existing as well as the proposed Skystone Parkway extension. The Skystone Parkway extension itself will provide the current residents with easier access to and from the north up to 112th Avenue. The west residential area, if you recall from the plan, there's two residential areas. The westernmost residential area along 112th Avenue will have direct full movement access on 112th, and that will be its primary access to encourage that traffic for use of 112th Avenue. And then further, construction and truck traffic will be directed to use 112th Avenue. There will be signs posted to restrict truck traffic on Skystone Parkway. Next slide, please. This slide just provides a comparison of trip generation. And so I grabbed the previously proposed employment office uses directly from that traffic study that was prepared. And with the rezone to residential shown in that middle blue column, you can see that there's a significant decrease in the amount of traffic that these two properties would generate. In the morning peak hour, we're seeing a 78% reduction in traffic. So the residential generates 78% less traffic than what was previously contemplated or visioned for this site as employment office. In the afternoon peak hour, the reduction is 71%. Over the entire day, the reduction is 48%, so half the traffic that was previously or allowed under the existing zoning. So that is a significant decrease. The rezone obviously then would provide a traffic benefit. Anyone concerned about the traffic volume, the rezone would allow for a reduction in traffic based upon the change in use. And then next slide, please. And so this is just a map that shows the infrastructure that's proposed for the traffic calming measures. The raised crosswalks are shown in the dashed yellow rectangles. There are two proposed in the northern segment, north of the box culvert, and then there are 3 locations to the south. They coincide with applicable locations where there's trail connections, and so that would be a raised crosswalk at those locations with the appropriate signage. That little detail there on the left side of the screen, that's what the raised crosswalk looks like. It's a speed hump with the crosswalk on top. So traffic would slow as they enter that. On top of the box culvert, we're proposing a chicane where we redirect the through lanes, transition them from the wide median to a more narrow median and then back out. The redirection of traffic movements that way actually causes a slowing of traffic because those vehicles then need to traverse through that area slower than what they would be able to. It would be designed for the appropriate speed, but it would be one way to also maintain that speed along those. And then as you can see from these, they're proposed not only along the proposed extension, the new part of Skystone Parkway, but they're also proposed along the existing segment of Skystone Parkway. These upgrades will not only enhance pedestrian safety, they will also slow traffic movements, they will discourage truck traffic, and they will reduce the traffic volume using Skystone Parkway. So we're excited about these traffic calming measures proposed. And so I'll be happy to answer questions at the end, but for now, I'll turn this back over to Carolyn to finish us up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next slide, please. So just to recap in conclusion, obviously the reason we're here is that the market is not supporting what this property is currently designated as, and we're proposing to change that allowed use for some of the reasons that were summarized this evening. One of the major comments in opposition to that proposal, as was mentioned, is the extension of Skystone Parkway. So we want to make sure the record is crystal clear that that parkway is being required by the fire department and others, regardless of the zoning. And so that that connection, as was mentioned by staff earlier this evening, is already being designed and potentially could be constructed, regardless of what happens with the rezoning of this development. We also think that these additional residential rooftops will support the future build out of the existing neighborhood serving retail that's already designated and under development at 112th and Sims. So, we do need more rooftops to support retail, and we think this will help further that goal. And this will also help further the city's goals as it relates to attainable housing, income aligned housing, and market rate housing. And so, for all those reasons, we think that this is a positive proposal that will help bring this property into alignment with the city's goals and with the current market demands. So we look forward to hearing the public comments, answering your questions, and hearing your feedback. And I'll just reiterate that our whole team is available to answer those questions as they come up. I think we have a conclusion slide after that. There you go.
Thank you very much, Ms. White and team. We appreciate the presentation. What I'd like to do now is ask if there are any members of our Land Use Review Commission in attendance who would like to comment on the proposal. Anyone from the LURC? I'm not seeing anyone. Are there any other boards and commissions members who would like to comment on this proposal? Seeing none there. All right, well, now is the time. We'll proceed with public comments. A reminder that a concept review is just the first step in the process of a development review, and there will be no decisions made this evening regarding the proposal. Additionally, as explained during the staff presentation, the proposed concept before council is the rezoning of the two parcels from commercial uses to residential uses. I acknowledge that many of you want to comment on the Skystone Parkway extension, and you're welcome to do that, but I ask that you also address your comments to the requested rezoning and potential residential development of the two parcels. It's also important to note that council has received many emailed comments in advance of tonight's meeting, and these comments have been read and considered. If your comment repeats what a person said before, just indicate your agreement without repeating everything the person said prior. This will help with time, and we appreciate your cooperation. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes. We have a sign-up list along with those calling in, but we have no callers right now. And if time remains, if you didn't sign up and you still want to speak, we will allow you to speak, of course. So we'll start with our first 6 folks. When I call your name, please line up by the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record. And you'll need to know, well, that's for callers, so we'll skip that part. So we're going to start with our in-person public comment. We're starting with Don Osmondson, Keith, James Einolf, Colin Dealman. We'll start with 4 at a time. That's a lot of names to remember. Mr. Osmondson.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing this. And I also want to thank you, Brandon Rowe, for the excellent summary that he developed. And I only want to speak to 2 of the things that he highlighted. One of them is I live in Skystone. One of them is our private amenities are going to be taxed so heavily. When we put a residential neighborhood across the creek, okay, I don't know, 800 residences, Colorado numbers say that'll translate to about 350 teenagers. Our private amenities don't have locks on them except for our swimming pool. We have a large pickleball, we have picnic areas, we have beanbag toss, we have a bocce ball, and we have to maintain those. And we maintain those with our residents now through our HOA. Significant impact. It's gonna be difficult if that happens. I don't want to forget about the traffic will be one thing. And I think the other thing that he highlighted was the financial impact on the city. There's only about 838 registered voters in Skystone, but there's over 62,000 registered voters in Broomfield. And this line from his summary, according to the long-range financial plan, commercial development generates a positive net fiscal impact for Broomfield, while residential development currently produces a negative fiscal impact. The proposed development of up to 820 residential units would result in an estimated negative $1.3 million annual net fiscal impact based on the 2024 dollars and the fiscal policies. Why are we even talking about this? If this was a business, we wouldn't even be getting near it. Especially on the heels of the latest $30 million boondoggle of First Bank Center. I don't think Broomfield can afford this, and I know Skystone can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Keith. I just have a first name. Anybody sign up as just Keith? Keith? No? Okay. Then next is James Einolf, and then Colin Dealman.
Good evening. 10 years ago, this council approved the creation of Skystone, a sheltered enclave of 519 homes entirely occupied by elderly residents. This proposed rezoning will change Skystone from a thriving, vibrant community and a model for how Colorado cities and counties can provide a place for their older citizens to safely live and age in place, into just another high-density, high-crime urban neighborhood with a major transportation route splitting it in two. Our residents walk their dogs and ride mobility scooters and visit their neighbors down quiet streets. We enjoy a sense of security and a level of personal safety that is simply not possible in a more typical urban setting. This proposed neighborhood of young families using Skystone Parkway to travel to and from work, school, and grocery store will increase the traffic on that street by a factor of 10, from its current average of just under 500 vehicles per day to over 5,000, and that traffic will consist of soccer moms and new teenage drivers in a hurry to be somewhere else rather than people who live there. No traffic calming devices will change those numbers or the increased danger to me and my neighbors, and raised crosswalks will only serve to slow down emergency vehicles. Add to that the prospect of hundreds of teenagers with nowhere to go and nothing to do except walk down to where the old people live and look for mischief, and you will have destroyed everything that this council and the homeowners of Skystone have worked so hard to create and maintain. Broomfield staff have done an excellent job of pointing out the numerous reasons why this rezoning proposal is an astoundingly bad idea that conflicts with almost every aspect of the strategic plans that the city and county of Broomfield has so carefully formulated. And I hope the council will heed their warnings and reject this ridiculous scheme to split Skystone in half in order to build homes directly under the downwind leg of runway 30 left of Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, where aircraft will fly 800 feet overhead day in and day out, making outdoor activities and conversation impossible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank y'all. Next is Colin Dealman. And then after that, we have Cindy Herlide. I really apologize if I butchered that. And Jill Carcagno. I did it. Oh, good, I'm Italian. Go ahead, Mr. Dealman.
Thank you. My name is Colin Dealman. I live in Arista. So not so fortunate to live in Skystone, but I'm pretty sure I heard them say that we have no say on the development of the parkway that splits this neighborhood. And we're just an expense to the city. So we could talk about the abysmal handling of our city's budget and about the complete disregard of your citizens. But I want to talk about the development and the parkway. And I appreciate the traffic facts, but seriously, are we supposed to believe this? This parkway has been talked about for what, 20 years? Just stop. These residents moved into Skystone for a reason. To live in a quiet neighborhood away from the noise of the city. Instead, you insist on plowing through this neighborhood with a useless parkway that will only cause unnecessary traffic noise and danger to the residents. We don't need FedEx and low-income housing running trucks and kids speeding through the neighborhood that intentionally settled where they did for a reason, to live out their lives in peace. I live in high-density housing. You want to talk about affordable housing? I pay more than anyone's mortgage for a rental unit the size of your living room. These developments don't work. But I have an alternative for this parkway. Why connect this beautiful neighborhood to a busy development that proposes no benefit to the community? Instead, use Brocade Parkway for your easement to Sims Street. Leave the neighborhood alone. And the representative of this ward is not even present. Where is he? He's on Zoom. If you don't feel represented,
Excuse me, this is not a place for electioneering.
That's great. But
Okay.
if you don't feel represented, I have a petition to put a new name on the ballot. My name.
Mayor, we
So
do
that you
not-
have a choice and a voice against this destructive development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Cindy Herlide.
Okay, my husband and I also live in Skystone. Like a lot of other people said, it's gonna ruin what we have in Skystone. I agree with the gentleman that talked about the speed bumps and stuff. It's not going to help. We never have to wait behind even 5 cars to get out onto Sims. If this happens, you can imagine they're going to be backed up probably to our lodge, going to work, going to school, going wherever. And we bought in Skystone because it was so quiet. The traffic in there is just us, our families and friends, and that's it. And I don't know also what you've done on environmental stuff going on over Walnut Creek. In Skystone, right by where you're proposing this road, we have a certified National Wildlife Federation habitat right by it, right by it. And I would think that that would make a difference. And I won't say how I feel about the high density residential things. They're all over Colorado now, but I really believe that we don't need any more high density residential buildings and communities. It's just Colorado is low on water, and yet this building keeps happening and everybody suffers for it. We were asked to restrict our water, and yet all of this happens. All of this happens. And I can't even imagine trying to get out of our community on Skystone Parkway to either go down 108th or to go to Sims, left or right, at 7:30 in the morning. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like. And I do have a concern about, I'm not saying kids are bad, but they're mischievous. And we've already had teenagers in the middle of the night getting in our pool. Can you imagine with all of this that that's not going to happen?
You wrap up your
And
thoughts,
the-
please.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you can wrap up your final thought. I just want,
That's okay.
okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jill Carcano, and I also live in Skystone. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I'm really disappointed with Austin and Paloma with the conversation we had last week. At that point in time, I asked a question about the extension of Skystone Parkway and was told it was part and parcel of this concept review and is not a done deal or a decision. So that is extremely disappointing if it is a done deal and a decision. That was not communicated to us appropriately. Second of all is I'm really concerned with the high density living arrangements. You're talking about, first of all, I get the need for mixing in the low income with the regular apartments, but you're talking about putting that in plus the housing at 400, 500,000 next to a residential area where we have $1 million homes. Has anyone done a property value assessment of what that's going to do to our home prices? So I'm really, really concerned there, along with the mischief that we talked about with, bringing in kids, bringing in teenagers, bringing in traffic. our paths, our swimming pool, all of our facilities will be inundated. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers is Keith here? We'll go back one more time. Keith, last call. All right, next is Jill Strauss, Nancy Davis, and Leslie Kalekman. Kalekman? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I've lived in this community for 41 years. I was one of your public servants for 34 of those years. I was embarrassed for the councilman the other night. Neither of them had a clue about this community. I am one of the original residents of Skystone. I live on Red Fox. I have been listening to this issue for 10 years. I was on the original residential committee, and then I was vice president of our board. And I admit we have a bunch of arrogant, overeducated, overindulged adults that live in that community. But they moved there for a reason. The other big problem, which I have not heard a single word about, I had to preside over and I had to deal with hundreds of cross-jurisdictional complaints. You have yet to mention Jefferson County and Verve. They border this. What is the MOU between Broomfield, Jefferson County, and Boulder County as to which law enforcement agency will be responding when? And which side of the street of Highway 128 will they respond to? And don't tell me it's not an issue, because I've dealt with it. Don't tell me that these kids will feed into Jefferson County schools without an issue. The last time this came up, Jefferson County told you where to put it. They have no obligation to accept more children. Now, Broomfield has an arrangement also with Boulder Valley. You all may be familiar that some of our kids go to Boulder schools. As the crow flies, these kids will be closer to Boulder schools, but no conversation has been had with either. You get no money from this. Broomfield has fallen down on planning repeatedly. I was on the original committee to create this city and county. I know how many mistakes you've made. I know how many promises you have failed to keep. When I got your mayor, she wasn't mayor yet, but she had the commitment, and several of your representatives to finally come and visit Skystone because nobody had seen it. They didn't even know where the city boundaries were between Westminster and Broomfield. I'm not sure they know them now in this proposed new development. So before you go signing on the bottom line, you better have all your MOUs in line, which you did not have on any previous project. You better know exactly where this is going, because neither Sims nor Skystone are considered to be secondary roads for plowing. So don't put 2,000 more cars on those streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Nancy Davis. I've been a resident of Skystone for 11 years, since the very beginning. Until just recently, I lived on the lower hood, as we call it in Skystone, on the north side. And I recently moved up to the upper hood of Skystone. I've been opposed to this proposal. I've submitted my comments, et cetera. But a couple of questions or challenges, I guess, for the city council as you're looking forward to do this. One is, we've heard that the extension of Skystone Parkway it's North Metro wants it, needs it, it's required. So I guess I'm a little confused about that. How can North Metro dictate that? But I would challenge the council and the staff to find some kind of alternative, whether that's requiring the developer to have limited access to Skystone. If North Metro is saying they need it for emergency purposes, and we needed to have another access out of Skystone in an emergency. There are some alternatives to just having a general road go through. The next question that I have has to do with, there was mention about the traffic calming, the raised sidewalks. Is North Metro okay with that? I would find that hard to believe. And it sounds to me like that may be something that the developer is proposing, but then ultimately it won't happen. And, that's a big issue. The other thing that's been mentioned is the lack of amenities that are currently available in this area of Broomfield and the impact that it will have on the amenities that I, as a Skystone resident, pay for in Skystone. And so I think there's a couple of ways that if the council decides to go forward with this, that they could address that. One is require the developer to provide amenities in these communities. And I'm not talking about just a little park. I'm talking about something more. And that require the developer to pay for something that would protect our Skystone amenities that we pay for out of our own wallets, rather than that. Those are my comments. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, council members, and everybody else in attendance. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Leslie Kalishman. I've lived for the last 10 years with my husband at Skystone. And for the record, I'm in the lower hood and I don't live in a $1 million home. Just want to get that out there. But I love my home. We are opposed to both changing the zoning, especially with the numbers of new units proposed, as well as to the extension of Skystone Parkway as anything but an emergency exit if it is extended for Skystone residents and for emergency vehicles coming in and out. Since 2018, when I retired, I have been volunteering with AARP Colorado. One of our primary goals is the promotion and creation of what we call age-friendly and livable communities, where older Coloradans can productively and safely age in place, have our accessible, safe, and healthy indoor and outdoor spaces for gathering, and to promote community. Those are key to these kinds of communities. Age-friendly communities ensure that people can safely walk, with or without walkers, which you will see in our community, in wheelchairs, which you also see in our community, or bike to our community spaces. These communities consider ways to keep people safe, healthy, and protected. I believe that a new residential unit with approximately 800 new units coupled with Skystone Parkway extension going through will increase traffic, noise, pollution, safety issues in Skystone. And as I said before, if an extension occurs, it should be emergency only. There is no public transit, repeat, no public transit available in this area to offset the use of private vehicles. People have already talked about the impact to our amenities, increased liability on our HOA for injuries or accidents that occur to non-residents using them. And also, we don't know, but could result in increased residential crime or decrease in personal safety for our residents. With more families to the north, children must go to school. If they're districted for school in Jeffco, will we have school buses and parents cutting through Skystone to get their children to school? In the event of a community-wide disaster, how can the extension of Skystone Parkway North be any more egress effective if there's increased residential population to the north, coupled with the increased residential population from the already in progress Westview development? Wouldn't a better solution be an additional exit for the new development directly east to exit at what is now Quantum Westmore Parkway? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we have more speakers, so let's keep going. Next is Dave Feynman and John Matson.
I'm Dave Feineman. Live in Ward 2 in Skystone. And hopefully I'll say something that hasn't been said before. The parcel being proposed for development will complete build out in the enclave around this area. We have an island of Broomfield sitting entirely inside of Jefferson County. And the 9-year-old development plan for Broomfield never knew what to do with this parcel of land in its entirety. And so it's a matter of, yes, it lacks public transportation. It doesn't have shopping. There are no amenities. There's no branch library. There's no park. There's a whole bunch of things that it doesn't have. It does have a reservoir of non-potable water that requires repairs. But that's about the only Broomfield infrastructure in this particular part of town. And so it's true to say that this proposal is inconsistent with the general plan in terms of zoning right now, but allowing an ad hoc request that doesn't actually rethink what did Broomfield ever want to do with this area of town, it doesn't make much sense either. What hasn't been said is the primary access to this new area is a road that's used by FedEx, and it's used by FedEx semi-trucks running day and night. So it's not like a dull road kind of thing. And our neighbors in Jeffco have thoughtfully decided to put very large cement warehouses all along the north side of that road. And we don't know ultimately how much will go through there or what's inside of those warehouses. But I mean, it's an ideal housing location. And so it's a matter of, I think all of us have valid concerns about the size and scale of the proposed development, everything from this whole area is much higher than Skystone. The city engineers don't know why the groundwater in Skystone is up so high, but you put more paved infrastructure in, it's likely to actually begin to affect those of us who live down slope from there. And so, it's easy to say, okay, there's drainage, there's traffic, there's noise, there's more. It doesn't seem like the proposed development reflects an understanding of the unique challenges of the site or the aspirations of their closest neighbors. And finally, if the Church Ranch folks really don't believe that there are airplanes flying over this site, I am willing to give them lemonade and sit in my driveway one morning, and we will see whether there are aircraft going over every 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next is John Matson. Okay. Well, would that's the last person I have on the list. So would anyone else like to be heard on this? Oh, can you come up to the podium though? You don't want to do another record? Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm opening it up. We have time. If anyone else would like to be heard on this item, please come up to the podium. Anyone else? I think so. Come on up. Just state your name and neighborhood, which I think I know, for the record. And limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Dave Lombardi, Skystone. I was recently appointed as the chairman of the FCIC, Facilities and Capital Improvements. And what I've seen over the last 6 months is a definite lack of understanding of what this community has challenges with. The biggest one we have is we've had over the last 2 months numerous, what I would say, delinquents frequenting our amenities and causing significant issues with our residents being able to sleep and enjoy their way of life. We also are going to be spending additional dollars of our own money to safeguard against these. And that is a significant concern I have for our residents. The increase in that residential neighborhood with the amount of youth and the infrastructure that we don't have to support that will definitely result in them coming to Skystone, whether it's to use our paths that we have and enjoy our natural surroundings, whether it's to try to get into our pool to use that amenity, to use our pickleball courts, to use everything that we're paying for, that I don't see this city and county of Broomfield taking into account as far as what we enjoy as a 55+ community. So I really think that we need to look at all those, but I would say not positive points, and look at whether this really needs to happen in our neck of the woods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Please come on up to the podium.
I'm Marilyn Holcomb from Skystone. I don't know if the representatives are aware that I just went online yesterday to see how many open apartments are available in Broomfield in the surrounding counties. And I was kind of astounded how many units are presently available for people to rent. Broomfield had 828 open units. Westminster had 831 open units. Superior had 228 open units. Arvada had 632 open units, and Louisville had 60 open units. So that's a total of 2,500 plus open units that are available. Also, same thing with housing. I did the same research on housing, homes for sale presently. There are, in those 5 areas, came up with 1,601 homes that are for sale. It just seems like we probably don't even need this at this point and with our economy how it is. And the warehouses, the business parks that haven't been able to fill, and they are being built continuously throughout the county. It just seems irresponsible, really, to move forward with this project. I don't see how it's fiscally a benefit to Broomfield. And also, I don't know if Broomfield has the actual costs of putting in the Skystone Parkway. What is the cost to the county to do that? If you had to do it, why not put it through that Quantum Parkway and connect it to where Skystone Parkway is proposed to go through that way, and then just put a road south and it stops at Walnut Creek, and they can develop what they want to develop if that's where the direction you want to go. You make exceptions for the developers in changing the PODs, but you don't make any exceptions for us. You know, it has to work both ways, I think, in a community, if you're going to have a cooperative community. That's my feelings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So last call for public comment. I really appreciate you all showing up. I do want to ask Brandon Rowe to come back up to the podium and make some clarifications about the Parkway. And also our city and county attorney, Nancy Rogers. So first we'll let Brandon Rowe clarify some of the things that you heard. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the statements that was made is that the North Metro Fire District is, I think the term is forcing or compelling the construction of this roadway. That's not a wholly accurate statement. So North Metro Fire cannot dictate the completion of the parkway. They have indicated that if the development is approved, some form of the parkway would be required, but it could be modified or would need to be modified. Um, and that was sort of discussed. And I also had noted during the sort of long-winded intro to tonight's presentation that that was one of the items that if council wished for us to look at that street configuration, and we heard that tonight during the discussion after presentations, that we would work with the applicant, the property owners, and the Metro District to discuss and then come back with a future study session wholly focused on that item.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Rowe. And Ms. Rogers, you wanted to add something about the Parkway's future.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There were some comments about the Parkway has already been approved and people thinking that it was part of this application. It is related to this application, but the Parkway is separate. It is not part of this application that's before council on a concept review. It was approved, it was dedicated as a right-of-way in the original plat. The use of that land as a parkway, as a roadway, was approved in the PUD, the original PUD in 2002, 2001, and the second amendment to the PUD in 2002. So that's what's meant by it's approved. Corollarily, it's sort of saying that this land we're talking about tonight, these two parcels are approved for a commercial use, and we're talking about it tonight. So the fact that it's an approved use and the right-of-way has been contemplated since 2001 doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion and absolutely locked in. As Mr. Rowe just mentioned, if council so directs, we can come back and discuss options related to that approved use in the future.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. So I hope that clears up some of it. I would like to extend an opportunity to the applicant to address any other final comments. Absolutely. We can take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We'll be back at 7:27. All right, welcome back, y'all. If everyone could take their seats, we'll continue on. All right, thank you, thank you. So we're going to invite the applicant to come back to the podium and address any final questions and comments before we go to council questions.
All right, are we back on?
Yes, we are.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the public, City and County Broomfield staff. Just a couple points that I would like to make in response to the feedback that we've heard so far. Appreciate the clarifications about the parkway, and I was probably oversimplifying what I said. It is true, it is approved today, and but you could change that approval, right? We're here asking you to change a different part of the approval. So it certainly could change. And if it were to change, that's something the developer would absolutely be willing to work with the city and the community on to determine what it should change to. Right now, today, the plan calls for it. They're committed to build it. Related to that, there was also a question about how much is the city paying for it? As far as I know, that's zero. The developer is going to be constructing the parkway. It is already dedicated roadway. It will be the city's roadway, but the developer's going to pay for it. So I just thought that information might be relevant. There was also some comments made tonight about folks who live in Skystone being concerned that the new residents might use and potentially cause mischief on their amenities that exist in Skystone that are for the benefit of those residents in Skystone. And although we're not at the site planning stage yet, I just want to mention that it certainly was important to the developer to select development partners that they knew were going to build quality products, including amenities to serve those new residents. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like yet. We won't know about that until the site plan stage, but there's no doubt at all that the new development would include appropriate amenities designed to serve those new residents in both the medium density residential and the high density residential, as well as we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 acres of open land on the southwestern border, which will be amenitized. Again, not sure exactly what the configuration will be. There'll be trails, there'll be whatever. And so all of that is for the benefit of these new residents. And hopefully that would assuage some of those concerns regarding the potential use of the other amenities. And then the last comment that I wanted to make is that I know that the staff report mentioned somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 units. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the different number of units. We actually think the number is going to be more in the neighborhood of 500 units. And so there were some folks who said we'd like to see lesser density, less units. And when you add up what we think the current configuration looks like, it's going to be more 500, 532. So I just wanted to put that number out there for your consideration and for the benefit of the public. Those are the main points we wanted to make. Again, we're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. White. We will now go to questions and comments from City Council. So who wants to go first? Councilmember Delgadillo.
I'll take a quick point of, Austin did say he would like to go first. We had a quick little sync up, so if we could go to him first, that would be awesome.
Thank you for noticing that. I wasn't looking at the Zoom. Councilmember Ward, please go on.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologize to all the Skystone residents that I'm not in person. As many of you know, I am in law school, and my law school requires me to travel outside of the state because that's where my law school is set in California. So I'm out here for school right now, but happy to join the meeting and answer or ask some questions. I guess first for the applicant is the trip calculations that you noted between commercial and residential. Can you walk us through how that information is calculated? What kind of radius you go out to? Is it just that property? Are you including Skystone? Are you including the larger surrounding area of an unincorporated Jefferson County and Westminster?
Good evening, again, Curtis Rowe, Kimley Horn. To answer that question, the trip calculations are just based upon national provided published equations for different uses. The Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, has conducted data collection of various uses across the country, and then they compile based upon hundreds and hundreds of data regression equations. So if you remember your statistics, regression equations are set, and then those are what we use to calculate the trip generation. So it's a black and white exercise. It doesn't matter who does it. If they do it correctly, it's going to be the right number, the same number every time. And so that's how it's established. It's the same here in Broomfield, Colorado, as it's done in California or New York or anywhere else in the United States.
Okay, can you continue following up with that with how far out do you go? Is it just the neighborhood? Are you looking at Skystone plus this new neighborhood and continuing out to unincorporated Jefferson County, Westminster? And do you find any variations among regions? And has those national data points been updated to accommodate for new work from home standards, people doing different types of trips at different times of the day?
Yep, no, those are great questions. I love talking traffic. So, yep, so that's a great question about updated standards. Right now, the IT trip generation manual that we use is the 11th edition. However, the 12th edition is coming out next week. So it's updated about every 3 to 4 years. We'll get a new manual with new equations. So we're about to get that. Uses do change over time. Banks is one use that used to show a generation of a lot of traffic. Obviously, right now we do a lot of online banking, and so the visits at banks has dropped quite a bit. It's also the same as residential. The afternoon peak hour is represented about the same. However, the morning peak hour, we have seen a reduction in trip generation based upon people working from home. There's less morning peak hour trips than there used to be prior to the pandemic and prior to the work from home virtual sense. As far as the study area, we evaluated the entire area around this site out to Sims through 108th, 112th, into Verve. So we evaluate traffic movements into and out of that area. And then for background traffic, we take every known development that is expected to occur as adjacent to this parcel. We add that traffic already on top, and then we put our project traffic on it and provide an analysis based on that. And so we get those working with the municipalities. We work with the city and county Broomfield staff. You have excellent staff here, as well as Jefferson County. So all of the development to the east and to the north, all of that area was included in this traffic impact study.
All right, thank you. Are you guys going to be performing an updated traffic study once that 12th edition comes out?
We can look at it. It'll be based upon the city staff. Generally, what we can do is provide a comparison for trips. But in reality, what's going to show out of the 12th is actually that there's going to be a less traffic impact than what the 11th edition does. So it'll actually show more than likely that the traffic impact is going to be less than even what we've previously studied. But we would be happy to share and provide that information.
Thank you. I think it would be important that you provide that updated traffic count information to council if this project is to move forward. My next question goes to kind of some of the safety features you had mentioned in your presentation about the extension of Skystone Parkway with the new kind of humps in the road for where sidewalks or crossings are going to be, along with the new ones you intended to put on the existing Skystone Parkway. Can you go over the width of the lanes you intend to put in?
Yes. So yes, those were raised crosswalks. And so it's like a speed hump, but they would be full 10-foot width, at the crosswalk location. Yep. And so you'd have a raise and then a flat and then a raise down to it. It's gradual enough that traffic can traverse over that, but it does cause vehicles to slow down. And so that's why that becomes a traffic calming measure. The width of lanes is a great question. The width of lanes has a big impact in terms of speed. So one of the best speed mitigations is to reduce the width of the lane to control speed. So through the section of Skystone Parkway, the new section of Skystone Parkway, it's proposed that those be striped at 11-foot width. The 12-foot width is a standard, industry standard, but narrowing that by a foot down to 11 feet does have an impact. It does slow traffic, and so we are proposing that narrowed through lane on that new extension of Skystone Parkway.
why wouldn't you go for the 10-foot width lanes? Like Boulder, the city of Boulder just recently did a whole project along 30th Street between Colorado Avenue and Arapahoe Avenue, where they reduced the width of the street and the lanes, so the lanes are 10 feet wide instead of 11 or 12.
10-foot width is the minimum for any travel lane. You know, to accommodate fire trucks and different vehicles, different agencies have a requirement that they be at least 10.5 or even 11 feet. It's not really our decision in terms of what width that lane, what we designed the lane with that. It's working with the city and county of Broomfield staff, and we'd be happy to stripe that at whatever width is acceptable to the city. But right now, we're showing that as 11-foot lanes. We've talked with the city staff relative to that lane width, and we know that that is something that is acceptable to them, and it's desired because that will have a slowing effect of the traffic on that roadway.
Well, for my 2 cents, as a bus driver who drives 40, 45-foot and 60-foot buses, I think 10 feet would be plenty sufficient if this project were to move forward. In terms of bike infrastructure, are you intending to put the bike lanes? Because I assume this road, if it were to go through, were to have bike lanes. Are they going to be at grade like we traditionally see, and they'll just be the stripe on the ground? Or are you going to do more of a raised kind of platform so that way there is some separation between vehicular traffic and bicycle traffic?
Yep, great question. We actually have a slide that shows the bike lane, so this will be helpful to look through this. If we can get that pulled up.
Could we pull our slide deck back up?
Sure, he's working on it.
Okay, good.
It's at the end.
Yeah, so if you didn't hear that, it's at the end.
Okay,
After the thank you slide.
okay.
We anticipated this potential question, and because we did hear comments in the past about it.
Keep going.
So the next slide. And so that's why we included this graphic.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there is one. Austin, this is Greg, and what we're showing here on this slide is showing some actually striping in green the Skystone Parkway through the existing development to help identify the bike lane there, because I know you're very concerned about the bikes. And what we've also done, and go to the next slide, please. So you can see that again, but go to the next slide. That's that narrowing that chicane that Curtis was talking about over the actual bridge or box. Next slide. Oh, okay. Well, what there is, Austin, what we've done is raise the bike lane on Skystone Parkway that we're building. So there's actually a curb, and it's a raised area next to the street. So that ends up helping create some safety for bikers along the new portion of Skystone.
Okay. And that's just on the new portion that you would be building, whereas the existing portion of Skystone, you intend just to put that green paint to help delineate vehicular traffic from bike traffic. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, because we
Okay.
couldn't quite figure out how to adjust that, so we thought, adding some paint would actually help so drivers don't go into that area as much. We could end up doing more if you want to, but that was our initial thoughts.
I mean, in my opinion, vehicles tend to ignore paint on a roadway. It's more of it seems to be more of a suggestion these days than an actual rule. Not to mention Skystone Parkway, the existing portion of that, the lanes are just too wide. I've been on that road, I've biked on that road, and I know how some people do drive on that road. And it is much faster than the posted speed limit. So I think any additional measures to really create some separation between traffic, vehicular traffic, and potential bike traffic should be used. I want to move on to a question for North Metro Fire District. We keep hearing that you all need this particular road extension. Can you provide us some information, whether it be data that shows if we don't have the extension of the parkway, response times are going to be this, ability to do a mass exit of the community in the event of, let's say, a wildfire is going to be this instead of this. Can you provide us some of that information if you have any of it?
Good question. I don't have any data off the top of my head, but we could probably model that and get back to you on that. The advantage of having an additional way in and out could be immeasurable, because in a situation where you have a mass evacuation, you never know what may bottleneck one entrance, so you may have to pivot and move to another way out. So being in fire prevention, we're belts and suspenders kind of guys, so we like redundancy and interconnectivity. So in this case, from strictly the emergency access and egress standpoint, more is better, for sure.
Okay.
Did that answer the question
I
sufficiently
mean,
now?
partially. I think it would be important that council receive that modeling information as to why response times in particular. There was, in the most recent town hall that Councilmember Delgadillo and I hosted with the Skystone community, one of the questions was, why can't we make this a limited access street, particularly just the bridge, really? And one of the reasons I have heard is North Metro Fire does not want that. So can you explain why having a limited access road is not favorable for you all, knowing that there are a plethora of different measures we could implement to make it easy for North Metro Fire and police, as another example, to easily access the community in the event of an emergency?
Sure. We, over the years, have learned that dedicated emergency access onlys tend to fail when they're most depended on. In the winter, for example, we have there's a secondary emergency access into Skystone to the south off Walnut Creek. It's chained off to prevent normal traffic from using it on a daily basis. And in the winter, snow gets plowed up at the end of the cul-de-sac in Jefferson County, at the end of Walnut Creek, and at the end of the cul-de-sac in Skystone. So under certain situations that may not be usable, and that is something we've learned over the years, not just in this particular development, but in other areas where we've allowed emergency access only, is the failure to have them maintained during all weather conditions and at all times of the year. And then also because the public is not traveling on these roadways on a regular basis, they're not looked at frequently, so they can be in a state of disrepair, and that failure to maintain them could render them unusable when they're needed. Those are the primary reasons. That's not to say that there couldn't be ways that you could secure the roadway for normal traffic and allow emergency access for ambulances, fire apparatus, and law enforcement, but those are few and far between. We don't have any of those in our district, but there's technology available that would allow that, definitely.
Yes, my mind goes to just kind of the swing arm gates you might see at a parking garage when you
Member
go.
Ward, your time has expired on the first round. I'm sorry, we have a lot of other folks, so we'll come back to you.
No worries. I couldn't see the time,
I
so thank
know.
you for letting me know.
I know. That's why I let you know. Thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully I can get some of Austin's questions and then we'll tag team for round 2 as well. So one thing that came up is potential concerns surrounding whether a development could ever be left hanging. So something is approved and building starts and then it doesn't go to fruition. Does that happen? Do we have any safeguards against that? We don't obviously want to end up with an empty pit or something to the north and have no recourse for it.
Brandon Rowe coming down to the podium.
Councilmember, thank you for the question. So we do require if a project starts grading and then something happens and the project ends and the applicant doesn't move forward, we would require them to put that back to the original state of the ground. But I don't know specifically at this time, knocking down buildings if they were partially built. That'd be a discussion that I could follow up with an answer for you.
Okay, that's helpful to know. So good to know that we at least at a certain phase have some recourse there. Another thing that came up in discussions with Skystone residents are surrounding, so we got this very handy document that I still have. And it's surrounding tracks Y and Z specifically. And it was indicated that the Skystone HOA does own those tracks kind of going across that creek area. And there were some concerns surrounding needing that in order to complete the parkway extension. Are we aware of that? Do we have any concerns about that? Can staff speak to that at all?
Matthew Deaver, City and County Manager, will be right down, or City and County Engineer, not Manager, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the question. So the plans currently show that the roadway improvements would extend into those portions that are owned by the HOA. The design could be revised, but at this time, the improvements would continue through those.
Okay, and then follow-up question is, what if the HOA doesn't want to provide that? Or what is the HOA's role in this?
As a property owner, the HOA we would need their approval, or the developer would need their approval to make improvements on the property.
All right, so good to know. Something that came up, which I don't think we'd have any intention of doing, but a question that came up is eminent domain. Is this something that we could or would, or I'm looking at our attorney Rogers in case I'm getting into weird territory, but is there a situation in which we'd ever say, nah, we don't care, we're taking that?
Councilmember Delgadillo, at a concept review and given our discussion, it is far too premature to get into eminent domain. I will tell you that Broomfield does not use that tool. That's right. It is not something we haven't engaged in, but I wouldn't be able to comment specifically on this situation.
Okay, that's good to know because I know that was a concern and obviously we do want to kind of respect all of their claim and ownership of that. So that's another thing that came up. So if we can circle back to that agreement with North Metro Fire and potentially going about amending that and saying that, okay, you know what, this is not a public road. This is emergency access only. This is much more restricted. It is different from the agreement we had. What would that look like? You alluded to a process where there would be a different study session and stuff, but it would be helpful to have more context of what the process would look like.
Councilmember, much like Attorney Rogers, because of the early stage of this project, it's hard to have a lot of details on a what if or a hypothetical. But if the consensus from council this evening is for staff to go back and have those discussions and look at alternatives of what that roadway looks like, we would have those full discussions, including North Metro, the developer, and we would come back again, at that study session, outline what that process would look like, just because I don't want to venture into specifics of a process we haven't really dove into.
Okay. Okay. I'm good with that for now. I'll throw in, since this is a study session and I believe questions and comments are a little bit combined, I think we would be having a very different conversation from the one we're having now if the parkway looked very different from what it currently looks like. I think that I'm sure there would still be thoughtful input and concerns and things like that, but I do think that, we would be having a very different discussion from the one we're having today. So I'll throw that out there. And question raised by the resident is emergency calls for this development, who responds, just given the fact that, as we know, kind of the weird shape of Broomfield, I always make this gesture, and Skystone's kind of that little parcel to the side. Who will respond to emergency calls for this new development area?
Thank you. So I don't want to steal the fire department's thunder, but North Metro will serve this area for emergency calls. I think many of us know that they're in the process of building a new fire station really close to the site. So that's something out there. And I think that sort of answers that question for you.
Okay, yeah, that's very helpful. And then I guess another question I'll dig in a little more is that, so that's North Metro, but police calls, is that still served by Broomfield PD if we have some hooligans running around in Skystone? Who responds to that?
Yeah. So it is within the service area of Broomfield PD because it's Broomfield. I do know that we do have discussions and agreements with other communities, but I don't know that detail. So I can follow up for you.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Delgadillo, it is Broomfield PD that responds to that area.
Thank you. Okay, so those are very helpful. And then school districts came up. I know we are not the school board, but answering what we can. So when a development comes and we are going to potentially welcome new residents to the city, what does the conversation look like with Jeffco or BVSD or whoever that school district is to ensure that we're not overburdening them or anything like that?
Thank you, Councilmember. So Broomfield does not have its own school district, so we are served by a number of other districts. When projects come in with the start of a concept review, we refer that project out to the school districts themselves, and they utilize their own generation methodology to determine the impacts on their classrooms. That's a process that for each step of the process, so concept review and then formal development application, we send that back out to the school district because conditions could change. I will note that in the memo, we had referenced that the school district did not provide a formal response for this application, which is not atypical when it's just a conversion of employment to residential because it's not refined enough. When the applicant moves forward with a formal application, typically they would provide a more direct response with estimated generation numbers based on their densities.
Okay, that is helpful as well. I'm kind of circling back in my notes. This is just a comment. So Councilmember Ward asked about that traffic study and getting that information. I would love to also see the data that we're using. I know you mentioned regression, and I do have a master's in applied data science, so I would love to look at that data and just kind of see how that's calculated.
Yep, definitely no problem. Those are published, so easy to get you that.
Great, thank you. So we'll do that. And then I think, yeah, with my few seconds remaining, I think it's worth exploring, revisiting this agreement with North Metro Fire District. Again, I think we would be having a very different discussion than the one that we're having today if we could make that extension be more for emergency access or something like that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the community coming out giving your voices, letting us hear your thoughts on this. And I also want to thank the, developers and the applicant as well for being here and giving a presentation. My first question is, what other projects or similar developments have you done previously?
We are the developers of Church Ranch Corporate Center. We also ended up doing Church Ranch Boulevard, 104th Avenue. We built that interchange and roadway from Sheridan over to Wadsworth Parkway. Did all the hotels, the Marriott, the Hyatt, the Spring Hill Suite, all the office buildings down there. That was one of our projects. We're working on Candelas right now out in Arvada. That's a 1,500 acre community, and that's probably about 80% complete right now. We obviously did this one, and we also have another industrial park on Highway 93. So within Church Ranch Corporate Center, we do have apartments that we did there too. So, and we're doing a lot of residential in Candelas right now.
And I thank you, Mr. Bradbury. I really appreciate the context right there, clearly of experience. So my follow-up question is, why did this particular area? Why have you decided to bring this development project in this particular area?
Well, this was, as I mentioned, we started planning this back in the late 90s and stuff because we thought it was actually a great location for an extension of Interlochen and Westmore because of the business parks and stuff. We just happened to be wrong about that. So, and once you end up purchasing the ground or having the ground and we started expanding it, then you're have to figure out what to do with the ground. And that's been a progression of thinking after the McData acquisition and that initial 110 acres. Then, we responded to the city council here back in the early 2000s after we did McData, and you wanted a senior community, age restricted, and we worked together really closely with staff and city council to have that done. And real estate development's just, it's an ongoing changing thing that happens. You got to be flexible.
Thank you. I really appreciate those answers. And this council's changed. I'm sure you're aware. There's elections. People move in and out. And I guess my next question really is, what would the timeline be? Because I know this is a very early, very early part of the process. This is just the conceptual aspect. And I guess my question is, when would what would the timeline be? When would groundbreaking and how long would construction take?
Sure. That's very good questions because real estate takes a long time. It takes a long time getting through the approvals because you have to work with the community, with the city, with staff to get everything right. So I would think it'd probably take at least 18 months or so to get through the process. And then we do have the two builders identified that we think are very good partners for us in the city. And we think that would end up starting construction probably in 2 years, something like that. And it depends on the market, but that would probably be, we just closed on an apartment deal in Candelas, a 380 unit apartment. And they're starting construction after Labor Day. And it's going to take them 2 years to finish that off on 380 units.
Great. And my last question is, let's just, imagine, because I always like to propose this, what the alternative, obviously later on, what if, this council says, hey, we don't want this business. What would you do to the land? What would happen to the land if this is now approved?
My partner, Charlie McKay, has been and his ancestors have been in the cattle business since 1869, and it would stay ag and stuff. So therefore, we'd end up continuing to either run cattle or do the agricultural, the wheat, because you can end up farming the ground too and stuff like that. So that would probably be something we'd do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bradbury. I really appreciate your answering the questions. My next question is to the, I guess maybe this is for staff questions for Mr. Rowe. Obviously, one question has been arisen is measures for reducing traffic. And I guess, how would that look like? I mean, we are increasing 500 units. There is concerns to the community, of course, with the Parkway. Will this be impacting, I guess, traffic?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. So any new development will result in increased traffic potentially. But like I told Councilmember Delgadillo, we're so early in the process that concept review doesn't get a traffic study. That's typical for all concept reviews, not just this one. This stage is really for the applicant to get that feedback on if the use is something that council and the community feel is a direction they should move forward. We would work on the refining of what traffic calming could potentially look like as the roadway moved through that separate process. I had mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that we're reviewing an application now, and the intent is after they get the first round of comments, and we're able to see what the second submittal looks like with some initial proposed traffic calming. The applicant showed some tonight that staff had not seen up to this point. Then we would schedule that neighborhood meeting and share that information with the residents so they were involved and understood where we were in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. I really appreciate that. And, I know we're going to be talking about the traffic, and I look forward to seeing the traffic study as well in the future. And again, I recognize that we are still very much in the early stages of this process. So those are really my main questions. I really appreciate your time, y'all, for speaking here. Obviously, this is a big deal, and your voices do matter. So thank you. I yield the rest of my time, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. This is probably our most full evening that we've had at Concept Review. Thank you for your engagement. And I've also read a lot of your emails, and I'm trying to respond to them all. And we will continue listening to everyone. If anyone wants to know what something like this might look like, you can come to my neighborhood, which is in McKay Landing. Someone said they live in $1 million home that's on our street. We also have high-density condominiums in our neighborhood as well. We have had to add traffic calming measures in our neighborhood, but feel free, you can even come over to my house. I'll invite you over and show you. This area, when we're talking about just condos and these are people that live in our area, these are my kids' friends. These are my kids' teachers, piano teachers. These are firefighters as well. These are nonprofit leaders. So just think of your grandchildren too. I know that when my son wants to move back to Colorado from North Dakota, it's super cheap for him to live there right now and be in college. But when he moves back, I would love to have him close. So just be thinking about your grandchildren too. I would like to ask, what sort of zoning does Skystone have? I just want to get a general sense as to what that is and what it has been, and if things have changed in order for Skystone to be in that area. Could I have some history on that?
Thank you, Councilmember. So as I mentioned, Skystone originally was planned for a 335 plus acre business park. So when the PUD was originally approved, the entire development was zoned for employment or commercial uses. The PUD has been amended over the years. The Skystone development was an amendment to that PUD. It was part of a larger active adult community that included both high density residential, medium and lower density, as well as a Good Samaritan neighborhood. That has not developed in its full form because it was further amended again in the future to reduce densities and sort of establish the development pattern that is Skystone today.
Okay, thank you. So it seems like Skystone really needed, their amendment to be there. Okay. I would like to ask a little bit about the retail. We are talking about density, and every time we have someone who tries to move forward with commercial, they cannot do that. We had the issue at 136th and Huron. We have people there that are really trying for years, 20 years, to get retail in there, and they can't do it because they don't have the density. What is the retail at 112th and Sims, and what buy-in could we have with that retail? Do we know?
So the retail components at 112th and Sims were part of the Sims Technology Park. So those are essentially pad sites. I don't think we've had specific tenants be proposed for that area. They've started closer to the Broadcom building, where they're building some of those flex industrial, and I think in future phases that commercial would come. So I can't speak to specific uses there. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I would like to have just something in the future, if we could know from the property owner, what the commercial would be like in that area if we do move this to all residential. What amenities also are available to Skystone residents? I'm really confused on that. Do we
So
know?
I am not a resident of Skystone
Okay.
yet, but I can
That's a
certainly
good
speak.
caveat. That's a good caveat.
Yet, but I can speak to it. I believe they have a pool, they have pickleball courts or tennis courts. They have a clubhouse, and that's sort of the general private amenities that we're aware of. There may be additional, but I think that sort of hits the top level for you.
Okay, thank you. I would love to accept emails about that, just to know all the different amenities and visit too. I'm not the chair of the meeting.
Do you want to tell us about your amenities? Come on, tell us. I think we all want to know.
And as well. I'm like, I'm not the chair.
So yes, we have three primary amenities, which are the lodge, the pool, and the pickleball courts. But we also have additional amenities, which are our cornhole courts. We have horseshoe pits. We have a bocce court. We also have multiple gathering areas that are covered park areas that our members, our residents congregate in. We also have amenities like our, that we support as far as our, like garden area. We also have, a number of open areas that, have paths connecting all the open areas that we have. What else? Oh, yeah, barbecue area so people can barbecue. Fire pit, yeah, so.
We get
I
the
think
gist
it's its
of
own
it.
city.
Yeah.
Thank
so,
you.
I think they're just missing a city market in the center. Thank you.
A bodega.
Thank you. And then what amenities could be planned for this property? What ideas have come up? Have we thought of the amenities? Do we even have some sort of an idea?
I think at this point, I mean, we do have a couple of developers in the audience, but at this point, we're pretty early on and stuff. It's going to be a typical, 304 unit multi-family, apartment complex and stuff. And that's something that will have very heavy amenities like normal apartments do. So everybody, the gym, interior, the swimming pools, that type of stuff. And I'm not sure on the residential, the single family, what that exactly be, because we're still really early on in this process. We're just now under letters of intent with these two builders and stuff. So we're moving through that process. A lot of this kind of depends on, tonight and how the reception is, whether or not we move forward or not move forward, depending on what city council would like us to do.
I would like to just recommend if there are amenities that you could either match it or just, there could be playgrounds there that you need. That's just for a different type of generation and it just is what it is.
Right.
Something amenities that would make sure that they felt taken care of so they didn't feel like they had to go, to another
Elsewhere.
place.
That's really what we're planning on doing on that 9 acres is really trying to do that, to amenitize that. And actually, you have open space directly associated next to our 9 acres. Something we'd be open to is if you wanted us to amenitize your open space with ours too, we could end up looking at that, if you wanted us to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that there's been talks in the past, this was probably a long time ago, I don't even know, maybe 2020, 2019, talking about this community possibly being a gated community. We did talk about that at one point. I remember Councilmember Lindstedt was on our council. Does anyone know if there's been any talks about this Skystone being a gated community? Maybe staff could address that.
That's not really the topic of tonight.
I know, but it does affect the zoning if they wanted to move to residential zoning because they had concerns about traffic going through their neighborhood.
I don't have an answer to that because I haven't been part of those conversations. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I don't. I don't have an
Okay.
answer.
I just wanted to, have us look at that because I do think that that was brought up before. There are people like in McKay Shores, for instance, the reason why I bring it up because McKay Shores does complain about people using their streets to go to school. So they do use those streets. It is a reality. So I would like to talk about traffic calming or traffic diversion in the future. Traffic is, going to be a hot topic here, obviously. Also, would there be room for mixed use on this rather than just all residential?
I think when you end up looking at mixed use, we're actually providing it with Sims Tech because it kind of goes to your other question as far as those 4 retail pads along 112. They have if you look at their site plan, there's a convenience store on the corner, then they have some restaurant pads on that. And that's really what they need. St. John's needs more rooftops to be able to do that additional retail along there. And Westview has some limited, besides the pickleball court and the restaurant there, they have a little bit of commercial on the first floor of some of those units of condos in the middle of their residential area and stuff. So, it's just not a big, it's not a big traffic area and you're not going to get businesses to survive. There's an example within Candelas, we have Village of Five Parks, if you're familiar with that, and they have a residential and commercial component that took years to develop and stuff. It's very well done and stuff, but it just takes a long time to do. And we did one of those in Candelas, but it hasn't been successful yet. And we don't have commercial builders to actually build that out. And we have a lot more residential units in that area than we do at this one.
Okay, thank you. Last question. This is probably more of a question for staff. Who's paying for the Skystone Parkway? And again, what would trigger its development? What are some different things that could trigger its development?
Council member, so the development of Skystone Parkway would be a private developer or the Metropolitan District. In this case, the Metro District is the one who has been moving forward with it. That would be their responsibility and cost to construct. As noted, any development, it doesn't have to be residential. It could be commercial or a continuation of the Sims Technology Park type uses would likely warrant a connection there. So the roadway would be part of that.
Okay.
Serve it.
All right. I would like to see that sort of fleshed out because a metro district could mean a lot more money for, what people are paying for that metro district as well. So that's a cost. So it would go to the people either who moved in there or, part of the property. So I do want to say that if we're going to do anything with the Skystone property or the Skystone Parkway, that's probably the end result. Okay. My direction would be to look into mixed use if we can. If we can realize too that what could be there is the high rises, right? I noticed that as well. And then also if we can look into, obviously we've talked about this with other city council members, the traffic. We could talk about traffic diversion, any sort of out of the box planning for that would be helpful. And then any sort of indication from the commercial that if this is developed, it does this to the commercial. I would like to have the data on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Can I answer one question?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification on the Metro District, that would be building Skystone and the bridge and all that is our Metro District number 3, which is these 2 parcels plus also the Westview piece. So that is, because that's a separate Metro District than Skystone and stuff. So that would be the entity that would be doing all the construction of that. So it'd be our new residents that would be paying for the mill levy for that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of quick questions to follow up since we're doing a concept review and trying to give direction if you choose to come back and make a proposal. You already addressed amenities, and so I assume you'll pencil out what you might be able to come back with in your proposal. I want to just ask, since I know you're trying to recoup your investment on this property, was there any consideration given, and I don't know what the demand is in our community, for more senior housing, more age-restricted housing to match what's at Skystone versus the multifamily, single-family home?
We would probably be open to that, but that was something that we probably, just given the reaction to this from the Skystone residents to what we were doing, we tried to introduce that another housing side, maybe do that out there rather than what we're proposing, but it didn't go very far. So therefore, we just kind of said, okay, let Skystone be Skystone, and we'll do something different. Well, it'd be something
Now,
we could talk about if you guys
Remember,
want
when
to look at it.
everybody had a chance to speak, so
So
let's be
the
respectful.
question is, it was floated before in your mind?
It was floated internally in our
Internally.
mind, yes. Yeah, but we've had such resistance to.
Right. I understand. I'm just thinking the area itself is difficult in terms of, we've already heard, at least I live on the other side of town. It takes me 25 minutes to get to Skystone. The one thing I've heard about Skystone is there's not a lot of amenities for the residents who are there now. There's no grocery store, there's not enough retail. So adding more people, I don't know if this 500 homes would dramatically suddenly make the market turn its head and put more retail in. I don't know if that's enough homes to do that. Or is it more appropriate for a senior restricted age-limited housing such as there is now, because I can understand the point that if the only pool and all these amenities in Skystone are there, there's not much else for teenagers or other young adults to do at the end of these roads. So I would be interested if you came back to look into senior housing. Also memory care, my understanding is a huge demand in Broomfield right now, and there's probably a market for more, and that frankly would be a perfect area for it because there's not a huge demand for amenities. So one thought. Another question I had was, I always appreciate Mr. Feynman when he's here because I served with him on the Arts Council and I always know he's going to give a thorough review of everything. The 112th development, I think you made an interesting point about what Jeffco is doing. Do we know what's the future along where they're doing the FedEx? Is there more industrial planned? Is that what we anticipate? If you have a crystal ball, what you anticipate will be neighbors to this development?
What we've heard from the Verb is that that's exactly it. More, warehouses and, industrial properties to the north.
Is there any concern what impact that might have on the viability of single-family homes and multifamily homes adjacent to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
that
think
road, that roundabout that is on 112th, that doesn't go up and through Verb. It stops. It doesn't connect up to
Right.
the north.
Okay. I'm just thinking, we can't predict the future. We don't know the economy is going to, obviously didn't predict the future for you in this investment. We don't know what's happening. But it is a concern, I think, is an interesting point when you come back, how to adjust for that. The same thing for the airport. I think we've heard from the citizens and we know that there is airport noise, how you tend to address that for the residents. So I know from the city staff, we don't want more, we don't get most of the complaints. That's why the airport was concerned. They don't want more complaints about the noise. Neither do we. So I think that's a concern going forward if this was to be approved.
And one thing we've done with our builders on that is they're very well aware that we need to take construction measures to try and mitigate the sound within the homes and the units and stuff.
And finally, and another thing Mr. Feynman raised, and it's maybe too premature, are there drainage issues in this area? I thought somebody alluded to that. And have you had a chance to look into what the challenges that might present for residential development?
We haven't had drainage issues on our side, but I understand that Skystone has had drainage issues from the development and stuff over there. I don't know exactly why, but usually when we do, like we're working on Church Ranch Corporate Center and Candelas out there, there has been certain areas that you have to end up really paying attention to that can sneak up on you on drainage.
Okay.
I mean, it's a fair statement.
One last question, and not for you. Thank you very much, sir. But for staff, if you could just remind me the process, also for, I think the community understands, since this is a concept review but would involve a rezone, what is the next steps? How would this, if they decided to come back with this proposal, what are the next steps and timeline?
Thank you, Councilmember. So because they've already held their neighborhood meeting on the proposed change of use from commercial to residential, they could move forward with a formal application. That would be based on this discussion, just the change of use. It wouldn't include a site plan still. That would go through staff review once they had sort of checked all the boxes they need for the code requirements for an amendment to the PUD plan. It would require public hearings with the Land Use Review Commission and City Council.
Roughly the time frame.
If they were, I'd assume they're going to take some feedback tonight and regroup. So I'd say a fair estimate's probably at least 4 to 6 months at the very earliest.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marsh Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everyone for coming out tonight. This is obviously an important issue for all of you. Anytime development happens near you, it's, people want to know what's going to happen, and there's concerns raised. A couple questions for staff, and then some questions for the developer. For staff, the 1.3 million net fiscal impact negative that we're talking about here, is that based upon the possible taxes that would happen if this was built out as commercial versus residential, or is that based upon current, you get what I'm saying? Is that 1.3 negative based on current revenues versus if we build residential?
Best if Mr. Romine comes down to talk about that modeling. This is also a big topic in conversation that we're just getting ready to have next when we are discussing the 2026 budget.
Yes, I was noting that too, Manager Hoffman.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So the way that we did this one, because there is no development at this point, rather than doing what the difference would be, what I did for this one is I just looked at what the impact would be from a residential coming. So I didn't do a minus the 500,000 square feet of commercial, turning it into residential. It does create that negative 1.3 million. And as Manager Hoffman will be mentioned, we'll be talking about this a little bit more. That's using the preliminary model, or the preliminary draft of what we've been doing. As instructed by council, we'll have the new model up and running in the first quarter of 2026. But we updated the information and felt that that was useful here. We did share that with the developers so they knew what we were doing.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is on the transit and transportation in the area, and this is for staff also. I know we're talking about local transit options upcoming in our transit. And we just finished the transit assessment. I know we're going to be talking about that in the future. Is there any conversations about having any local transit in this area, or is that completely not in the future or foreseeable right now?
Councilmember, I don't know the answer to that question because I wasn't involved in that discussion, but we could follow up and get you an answer.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, and then questions actually for the questions and comments for the developer. I know the office space market is bad right now, and I know you've mentioned other things that you looked at, but I'll be honest, the concern for me is that fiscal impact, the $1.3 million that we're going to take a hit on residential for this. I mean, we have 40 years of Gallagher that residential property taxes are a quarter of what commercial are. And anytime we're talking about rezoning, it's a big hit, and this one's a big hit. So what else are you exploring if this council says no on a residential rezoning?
Basically what we'd end up doing, we'd continue to try and market it as some type of office, but I don't think we'll get any takers since we haven't had any takers at this point. But what it end up being is, I think, the way we look at it is we will be generating some additional property tax, use tax, construction, sales and use tax. And we really think that this whole trend of home shopping on Amazon and buying from online services is just going to keep going. And so therefore, I think it will turn around to where residential really will become more of an income driver in the future. But who knows? I mean, I think the pandemic kind of moved this along probably by 10 years in that direction.
I appreciate that. I will say that I have significant concerns about this proposal, and I know this is just concept review stage, and you're going to come back and after. But given that, I mean, the state right now is looking at a $1 billion budget deficit because of the federal tax cuts the feds passed. That's going to get passed along to us at the local level through cuts in grants and services and other things. And it's not. I mean, I understand what your point is, but it's not the sales tax, it's the property taxes. I mean, residential is a quarter of what commercial assessment rate is, and that's just what it is. And so then the revenue that a residential brings in versus commercial just doesn't pay the way for the, no matter what way you look at it, unless something gets fixed later. But anyway, so I have significant concerns about this. I hope when you bring this forward, we'll take those into account. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just kind of follow the same track. Really, this is a question to City Manager. Have we given up on the prospect that this property could become commercial over time? I know things are slower than they used to be, but have we basically given up on this?
That's Councilmember Leslie, that's the magic crystal ball. And we have continued to hear more so. I wish we had a quarter for every time that we've entertained development that it was noted that it's market driven. So we know that after the last 4 years that the market is driving residential. And that's one of the reasons that a large component of the conversation that we're almost ready to have, this is a great precursor to that, is that as our community reaches maturity, it's important that our financial approach to development, redevelopment, green development, and infill development take on a different scope and magnifying what those trade-offs mean now and what they mean in the future. So additional conversations to come, but certainly Councilmember Leslie, I don't think anyone could have had a conversation or even come close in the beginning of 2019 to say what the market was going to be driving even in 2022 or 2023. So just unable to answer that question. And I think anybody that does answer that question with any modicum of confidence is we'd pay big money to have that playbook.
No, I appreciate the response. But, there's so much housing development across the Front Range. It's not just us, it's all over. And I worry too, like several of my colleagues have expressed a concern about losing that additional tax revenue. And to be frank, that's one of the issues that you've raised with us over the years, is the importance of having the balance of commercial. And commercial isn't necessarily retail. I mean, it's other things as well. And so I'm just going to express my concern over this project for that very reason. I'd just like to see more commercial development take place where it had originally been planned. And some of this land has already been turned into residential, as we heard. And so I'm probably one of those who are skeptical about this project. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, most of my questions have been asked. I did want to note that as we are referring to the next item on the agenda with the budget, slide 8 of the budget presentation says that flex and production space is growing and in demand. So I'm very hesitant, as others have said, to give up the revenue that this would bring from the city if it were commercial, to exchange it for the negative impact as we now assess it from residential. And I would also comment that I would like to see further exploration of the extension of Skystone Parkway to see if there is some alternative to that would satisfy the emergency access concerns of North Metro. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be quick. So thank you to staff for your thorough review of this concept review, including some great points about the change of use before us. Thank you to the residents for your engagement and with your community. The most important decisions, I always say, before council are the developments that we see. When a development gets approval, for better or worse, the consequences will be felt for the life of that product. Some things to consider with this change of use is that it sounds like there could be some income-aligned housing units being constructed. There could be some condos, townhomes proposed. The question for my colleagues is, how do we balance achieving those goals for additional income-aligned units or gaining more for-sale condos and townhomes while weighing those negative impacts of the change in zoning and use? So the negative parts of this piece, of course, it's the conversion of commercial to residential and the financial impacts. The negative factor of $1.3 million annually is a huge piece. And the thing is the stakes are higher today for the financial health of Broomfield than they were in 2001 when there was more land to develop. This development will have a difficult time meeting the goals of this comprehensive plan, but it will most certainly have a difficult time having a positive impact on the city and county of Broomfield's financial state. And then, of course, I have to mention the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. So I was the chairperson for the RMMA Community Noise Roundtable, and I heard from Skystone residents with complaints about airplane noise and of course, pollution. There's a high volume flight path that exists right around the Skystone area. Even though this proposal includes the high density, and there might be ways to mitigate with triple pane windows, additional insulation, et cetera, as the developer has mentioned, this change of use is incompatible with the neighboring airport, just as Skystone is an incompatible use near the airport as well. To the point, the runways are aligned to enable the airplanes to take off without flying over this proposed site would be correct. However, RMMA has a considerable amount of touch and goes that exist around the airport. So the airplanes are taking off on the runways and circling back and going right over this parcel, these two parcels, as well as Skystone every day and every hour of the day. This means significant impacts for these residential communities. So I will leave you with the concept before council is a change in zoning from commercial to residential, just as was done in the early 2000s with Skystone. In my opinion, this concept at this point is there are a lot of negative impacts with the zoning change, and I do not support this proposal at this time. I do understand the challenges of developing these parcels, and it sounds like that you've been trying to for some time, but I don't believe it is in the best interest of the city and county of Broomfield to change the zoning at this time. So thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just have one question, and it's not going the direction that I'm thinking right now, but just the question that needs to be asked. If we rezone from commercial to residential today, like what guardrails are in place? Are there any limits that say there will only be 500 units, that certain heights in place? Is this just what would be included in that in that rezoning?
Thank you, council member. So going back to Councilmember Cohen's question of what the next step would be, it'd be that formal application of a PUD amendment. And in that text amendment, there would be an establishment of maximum densities, maximum heights, other development standards that would be required for the residential that would be considered by council for approval.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I want to just kind of go the same direction that a couple of my council colleagues have, especially Mayor Pro Tem, and just saying with all of these impacts, I don't even know how we got this far into this discussion, because we're talking about the airport, the noise from the outdoor shooting range, the lack of access to transit could be overcome in the future, but it's a serious lack of access. I've been up in an area that's 20 years into development, and we are just finally getting public transit. These are all real very important concerns. So I think this really needs to be looked at as commercial. All I ever hear is that there's a lack of grocery stores in the area and amenities, and adding more housing units is not going to start to address that. So I think, not to say never, not to say that we couldn't have the same discussion in a few years and come back and say there's no other way, it has to be residential. But I would rather have the discussion right now focused on Skystone Parkway, alternatives to rerouting it, limiting access, getting those pieces in place first. Wait to hear more from Mr. Romine in early 2026 on the what we really believe the impacts from the long-range financial plan are, and then proceed, hopefully get some kind of mixed-use commercial in there or a retail or something, and then come back to this conversation in the future if we need to, but that is my direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any follow-up? Yes, thank you for that. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf's comments about the airport. That certainly has been, if not the biggest, the second biggest issue that Skystone has faced in my tenure on council. And I do want to recognize that that would continue to be an issue if this development were to proceed forward. I also think one of the challenges with this particular parcel is Skystone has always felt kind of an outsider to the city and county of Broomfield, off in the corner, somewhat ignored, or what some sentiments that residents have voiced. And there is a case to be made that adding this type of development might help bring in more of a sense of community, more residents for the city and county to pay attention to. But on the other hand, there is still a lack of other community services, such as a library annex, Parks and Rec, from the Parks and Rec, kind of what we see at the BCC, for example, Health and Human Services. And because of the US 36 corridor really not quite bisecting, but cutting Broomfield, just the idea of going over to the other side of the city and county of Broomfield seems, for me, sometimes a daunting task, if I'm being honest. I mean, highways tend to have that effect. So I just wanted to add that as part of the calculus for this this development. And one last thing I'd like to add is I would be interested in having a future study session regarding alternatives for the Skystone Parkway extension. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Next, Kenny Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be very brief with, just my comments. I generally do believe that we should have more amenities in this area. I do believe that this area could be developed and that there are elements of this concept that I agree with. I especially want to recognize that affordable housing is important. This is a step in the direction for it, and I do believe that we should address that. Now, I understand there's a lot of concerns with the Parkway. There's a lot of concerns with the youths, but I feel like in order to grow Broomfield that is more attainable and affordable, this is a step in the right direction. So those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
We're at the stage of providing direction, I assume, since others have jumped ahead. I would just agree that I think there's a lot of problems with the housing that's proposed. It's not the best location for it, has been described. I would encourage you to look at other potential uses. I think I think there's a big challenge with developing it commercial, as you said. I think there's very little likelihood it will, at least in the next 10 years. And without the development, there won't be another road into there. And I do think having a single way in and out of a neighborhood is not a good idea, that eventually tragedy will strike, as the fire department said. But I do encourage you to consider other potential housing for that area that I think might be more accommodating. I'd be interested in what the Skystone residents think of more senior housing, memory care, assisted care, behavioral care, some things that are all in high demand and very difficult to locate sometimes in other neighborhoods, but may be much more amenable and accepting in this area. So my direction, if you come back, I think, is go that direction, or cows. No pigs, please. Maybe cows. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to heed some of the concerns surrounding the fact that we're actually zoning for a shorter height potentially and lots of those things. So I do understand that. I do also want to note that residential, yeah, especially with the airport, I think that's its own concerns. I will throw out there, though, that either way, I think doing something about the parkway is very important because regardless of whether it's this developer, another one, someone else comes down the road, we'll have to, I think, reopen that discussion with North Metro about what we can do to provide that emergency access, but not kind of provide a throughway for that. So that is really my most important sticking point, regardless of what ends up to the north of Skystone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other second round comments? Anybody else? All right, well, I'll just add that, the issues identified by our staff are important issues. The financial impact, the lack of access to transit and services. The airport is a big deal. It really is. This is one of the major sources of complaints we get from the residents, which is why that area was not zoned residential in the first place. And so you really have to think about the compatibility. And yes, I think of Skystone as the cocoon of people who have learned, you've built your own community and you have each other and you don't need schools and you don't need a lot. But I do think of, when I think of community, you need all of those things. You need the groceries, you need the schools, you need the parks, you need the amenities to build that community. So just keep that in mind. That's what a community is. It's not just a building full of residential units. So I thank you all again for coming to speak your mind, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. I hope you got some good feedback. You got a lot to listen to, so thank you all very much. All right. We're going to move on to our second item, but do you guys want to take another break or are you good? Recess? Okay. We'll let everybody leave. It's 8:47. We'll take a 10-minute recess and we'll come back at 9. Thank you.
13 minutes.
Okay. Welcome back. And we're continuing our study session. Our next item is, and final item this evening is an economic and fiscal update and highlights from the 2025 and 2026 budgets. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And we certainly appreciate it. We have the majority of our core exec team here to help us as we move through this presentation. Next slide, please. So the theme of the meeting tonight, I'm not going to go through each one of these bullet points. I know that council has reviewed the PowerPoint and it follows the memo. Next slide, please. So as again, the theme is, as Broomfield, we're navigating, and the last item was a very good precursor into the tangibility of what we've been discussing. So we're navigating a fiscally constrained environment. Jeff is going to talk about how it's being shaped by the slowing economic conditions. He and Graham are both going to discuss the declining property tax revenues and the rising operational costs. So as we move into the 2026 budget process, it emphasizes financial sustainability. And financial sustainability is taking on a very different connotation and tone than it has in years past. We're prioritizing essential services, carefully managing capital investments and debt, which this council has not entered into, nor have we had additional debt since 2017. So being mindful of defeasing those bonds before we assume any others has been a real point of focus for all of us. Ensuring the enterprise fund solvency has been a 3-year effort. It continues into 2027, into 2028, and 2029. As we make it out of 2026, 2027 will even be more challenging for us, which it's incumbent upon us to have the structure in place in order to be mindful and make those intentional decisions as we move forward. Next slide, please. So between the theme and the framing, we will have trade-offs ahead. Making those trade-offs, it's not just a disciplined and strategic approach, but tonight we're going to provide a budget framework that reflects our commitment to the fiscal discipline. So it's not just words, but it is action. We talked a little bit, I mentioned that as Broomfield evolves, we no longer have the capability nor the luxury to assume high risk. Our community is nearing build out that requires us as a maturing community to really be mindful of what we have right now, taking care of what we have. It's not just asset management, but it's through that lens we're making these additional decisions, and we must adapt to a new fiscal realities. Jeff and Graham are also, as we talk about the budget framework and the economics that are around it, the volatility that we find ourselves in, it's unprecedented. It's going to continue to be that way. In years past, we have looked forward to some type of rational stabilization. We don't foresee that in the future. So again, having it be a financially viable now, but more importantly, we're not looking at just the now. Structural changes, the state structural deficit. When you're in a deficit, it's a different conversation than when you have a structural deficit. That is not a place that Broomfield wants to find itself. This upcoming conversation will have the building blocks for us not to be in those kinds of conversations as we move forward. Next slide, please. So we have, I'm just on a roll. So next slide, please. So the last 2 decades, this is Jeff's summary. The last 2 decades have been, and Jeff again will emphasize this, but strong growth and very favorable for Broomfield. What has allowed us to maintain a base that gave us the flexibility for some of the decisions in the past is maintaining the ratio between residential development and commercial development. When you have competing priorities, particularly when the market drives, as I said just a moment ago, that the market is welcoming and assuming the capability and capacity for residential. Now that we're nearing build out, we're coming to a place as we recreate the long range financial plan that used to be a stagnant. It would incorporate data and information that was 6 months old, a year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, and it wasn't a comprehensive live body document. The work that staff has been doing over the last 2 years in order to update that long-range financial plan, as I'm looking at some of our key players that are helping us develop and build this model, will allow us the opportunity to make adjustments to that long-range financial plan based on quarterly current data information with regards to development, permitting, costs, inflation, et cetera. So again, in order to sustain what we've built and prepare for the future, what we're going to talk to you about tonight is what some of those adjustments need be and what the next decade will look like, particularly as we adjust to a $6 to $8 million annual decrease in property tax and how we are able to navigate through that. With that, Mr. Romine, you are on.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As you can see from the first slide, I'm going to talk briefly about the economy for about 4 or 5 slides. Again, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, the packet was sent, the presentation was sent on Friday, as well as the memo. This will follow both the structure of those 2 items, and you'll see it's very similar to the presentation we already provided. In short, the economy, when we talked about it at your focus session back in February, and we talked about it again in April, we talked about what the economy was doing and the uncertainty that we were experiencing, the vulnerabilities that we were experiencing, both from the national and state level. Those have now settled in a little bit. So now what I would tell you is the economy that we're in now is the economy we're going to be in for the next couple of years. It is an economy that is called stagflation. It is not a growth economy nor a recessionary economy, but it is something in the middle. It's something that Japan has been experiencing for the last several decades. And which is what it means is it's a stable, slow growth, but it's experienced by 2 things that normally don't work in tandem. And that is an unemployment rate that's rising and higher than normal, and then also an inflation rate that's rising and higher than normal. Real quickly, only just to throw a couple numbers out to you, Broomfield is still doing better than the nation, is still doing better than the state. Our unemployment, while it has risen a little bit, is at 3.7%. At the same time, our CPI is doing a little bit better than the CPI of the nation, but both of those have been rising at a rate both at the national level and even in a local level. At the same time, as we see that slowdown occurring, we're looking, or that those indicators saying that the economy is going stagnant. The second part of it is what is coming forward. And the key that I know the Mayor Pro Tem oftentimes, I believe it's you that oftentimes ask me about producer price indexes and other things. I can't remember, maybe it's Councilmember Marshall, since everybody's pointing towards you, but nevertheless, PPI is rising 4 times faster than the CPI rate. So it went up 0.9% last month over month, compared to the CPI, which went up 0.2. That's an indicator that we are going to see continuing inflation rising going forward. The GDP has gone up 2%, which is positive. That's that stable side that I was talking about. And as a quick reminder to you, I know you can read this slide and see those factors. The consumers are adjusting their spending. Businesses are right now rethinking investments and employment decisions. Government, which has been the part that's been growing the economy for the last 4 to 6 months, has become stagnant. And as we are seeing from some of our sister communities around the metropolitan area and around the country, layoffs are beginning to occur. So what we see is slowing on the school side, the local government side, and the state side. And I would just, again, remind you that it grew by 2% over the last quarter. Consumers are 70% of the economy. So watching what you see in the papers and what you're hearing, what you're seeing in your own household will tell you what's going on with the economy more directly than perhaps some pundit, somebody like me standing in front of you. You know it. You feel it every day, and you can see it in the grocery prices you're facing. You can see it at the gas prices, and on the list goes. And you can hear it, the stories that you're hearing from family members and others. Next slide, please. The uneven economy is something that we're going to be thinking about and looking at for a long period of time. You can read these slides again, but the real key here is the tax changes that it went through with the most recent federal legislation is going to have varied outcomes. And so for some people, they will actually see a positive impact on their taxes. They will see less taxes being paid. Others will experience very little change or perhaps even some increased taxes. More importantly, though, they're being offset by program cuts. So for some of our middle income and even our moderate income residents in the community and around the metropolitan area, they're going to experience a different outcome than perhaps some others. And so it'll be very uneven both for the families, it's uneven for businesses because the tariffs are coming in different ways. I wanted to, if you recall in the April conversation that we had, I did not talk much about the tariffs other than it was a conversation point because we didn't have much certainty. There was a lot of things being floated and discussed, but there really wasn't any concrete. Now there's concrete. So you will hear, and you probably read, whether it be in your favorite newspaper or magazine or website, that the national level, the national average level of tariffs is around 19 to 20%. I went ahead and looked at what Colorado looks like. So our 5 biggest trading partners, both from an import and export standpoint, you can see it. Those five areas, EU, which is more than one country, but those 4 countries plus EU represent 70% of our imports, 58% of our exports. The average tariff for those, weighted average tariff for those, 29%. So if you think tariffs are going to hurt the U.S., they are going to hurt us more here in this metropolitan area, here in this state, with both the goods we bring in and the goods we sell. And equally important, and we don't have specific data necessarily in the trade coming from Broomfield, but when you look at the companies that are in Broomfield, we have a lot of international companies, whether they be U.S. companies serving the international market like Vail and Associates, or international firms which are headquartered here and what they're doing, or located here and what they're doing. So Viega is an example, and Partners are 2 perfect examples. Next slide, please. There are 4 major factors, and I apologize for the way the slide shows it that there's only 3, but there's the 4th major factor that is influencing what we're going to see in our economy, Broomfield, this metropolitan area, exactly how it fits us. Number 1 is interest rates. And we're still feeling the effects. So sorry that got buried a little bit when we were trying to consolidate the slides down. That got shrunk a little bit, but that's one of the 4 factors that I really wanted to just mention. The second is consumer spending and exactly what those changes are. You will see that it's both the behavioral items that I've been talking about, but it's starting to manifest itself through employment patterns, employee choices on how they like to work, and also we're seeing an increased level of delayed household formation and changes in how people are growing their homes or growing their households. And those will have longer term effects. I've mentioned previously the consumer debt levels that we're experiencing. On the commercial side, on the residential, of course, we already know about the changes in assessment rates, but we're actually seeing a stalling in residential projects right now throughout the city as we've been talking to the actual developers and contractors. They are now watching and matching the market. So they are bringing forward only the units that they feel they can sell in the near term, and so they are not doing any speculative housing units. On the commercial side, it's a tale of 2 markets, already discussed, as mentioned earlier in the previous presentation and discussion. But as we mentioned in April, you're seeing a change, and also with the AECOM study that we presented to Council in March, we're seeing a change in the office market significantly. At the same time, we're seeing flex and retail recovering and growing strongly. Flex is right now kind of going back and forth a little bit. Retail is growing, and many of you have heard about the new retailers that are coming to Flatirons Crossing, as well as some of the anchors that are coming, the primary entertainment anchor and other things that are going on. Some of you may be attending a grand opening on Friday night to go have a great hamburger and perhaps a beer. According to the mayor, you may have a beer, a Broomfield, and burger, if I remember the quote correctly. Next slide, please.
burgers, beers in Broomfield.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mayor, for misquoting you. As Manager Hoppin pointed out, and as we mentioned in April, and we gave you that update, due to the changes both that the legislature approved and the governor signed to the assessment rates and the market changes in the valuations, we're expecting somewhere around that $6 to $7 million range. I always like to be a little conservative, so we've been talking about 6 to 8. And that is roughly 50% of that change, that reduction in the property taxes that we would have seen under the previous regime of where property taxes and everything was. About half of it is coming from that value reduction, and the other half is coming from the assessment reduction. I will say right now, so that you understand, that is going to continue. We do not expect some sort of revision in the assessment rates going back to the old way, nor do we expect a significant growth in the price value of homes or commercial. We do see them growing, which makes the 27, 28 years look better, but it's going to be still, that base has now changed. It went from where we were, and it's been reduced by that $6 to $8 million rate, and that stays from now on. So what we will see is the market behavior will cause the property taxes to grow, but we have changed our base. On the sales tax, we have been watching that literally monthly, and watching as it comes in. We're about 2% above 2024, which is a little bit better than we expected at this point. And then with the openings that we're seeing of some of the retailers, we actually are feeling pretty confident with the 2025 numbers that Graham will reference also as we look at the 26. So what we see is the sales tax is going to do well and is continuing to grow at a slow rate. Next slide, please. And this is last of my economic slides, and then I'll switch into the long-range financial plan update. Real quickly, we are very strong and we have a great future in this community. I've mentioned this over the years. We have a strong business base. We're very balanced and diversified in our tax base. The other thing that I oftentimes like to mention is the staff has become increasingly focused. And I don't mean that in the last week or the last month. Going back to the council retreat that occurred roughly 3.5 years ago, you heard us talk about what the fiscal realities are. You heard us talking about it. And so as we think about that 23, that 24, we're in a very deliberative conversation with you all to say, hey, we see this changing. The Manager Hoppin talked a little bit earlier about how we're seeing redevelopment and catalytic and how those things come. We're not growing on the greenfield side. Redevelopment and reinvestment is really the way. And I'll highlight one of those points a little bit later. But so in 23, 24, we're very deliberative. In 25, we become very formulative. We're very much figuring out how to do this well and building on that knowledge and those decisions and direction council gave us. 26 is the year of execution. And I can't say that clearly enough. What you're going to hear in the budget, what you're going to hear from Graham really is a different way of looking at things in a positive way, but it's not something we just discovered. It's something we've been talking about for 3 years. And then 27, while I do think that the markets and the economy are going to improve, it is going to be continuation of that same philosophy going forward. So next slide, please. Making a quick jump then to the long-range financial plan. This is part of what we're doing. So tonight we're really focusing on 26. What you're going to be hearing us talking about with the plan and those things come the first quarter of 26 is looking at 27 going forward. Real quickly, it's a multidisciplinary functional team. Many people are in the audience of the staff that are working on that. It includes the finance department. It includes city manager's office, planning. Brandon is very instrumental in that, as well as a number of other people in planning. And of course, our utility services and public works. I would just drop down to about the fourth bullet point, it's the fourth bullet point. And that is to say, one of the questions that was raised by a council member in the last conversation or by the developer was our treatment of online sales. Referencing in the past, we did not attribute any sales tax to residential in the 2013 model. In 2020, we did attribute it based upon what we were seeing with COVID and everything else at a higher rate significantly. We looked at what the data is. That data now reflects that it's about 17% of the sales tax is generated and should be attributed to residential. So it's something we've already incorporated in our models. We did that starting in 2020. It is something that we watch and pay attention to. Next slide, please. This gives you a quick snapshot of what we're doing around the land use development. These numbers are what's occurring, and this is what the model is currently reflecting based upon our most recent quarterly update. It's something that, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, we'll be doing regularly, and it's something that we are paying very close attention to. And it's not just staff in a dark room throwing darts at a board. It is actually, we're calling developers. We're talking to the people that we either have plans for or have proposed plans and giving them a call and finding out. One thing I would note here is, or two items I'd note on this really quickly is 2025, you'll see a negative commercial property being developed. And that is because if some of you know the old Sandoz building, which is on Industrial Lane, the center part of that building has completely been ripped down. That was a reinvestment. They've gone from 400,000 square feet down to about 300,000 square feet. The mayor will be going over there and doing a little bit of a groundbreaking before the metro area brokers kind of tour the facility and what's going on. But that is the right kinds of redevelopment that we're talking about. So taking an old 400,000 square foot building and turning it into a very vibrant, really cool new place where businesses will locate. That's the types of reinvestment. So yes, we talk about Flatirons Crossing. We talk about other things, but that's the type that we really are talking about when we talk about redevelopment. Next slide, please. The real key takeaway points from this, again, you can see this. This is the beginning of the preliminary analysis coming from the Long Range Financial Plan 2026. We're going to be doing, we have a lot of work to do, but the feeling was we wanted to give you a quick snapshot about halfway through the work on this. And so we've done some of the analysis. There will be some rechecking on some of these things, but generally speaking, commercial is representing about 55% of our revenues. Residential accounts for about 45% of our revenues. So it's pretty close to that 50-50 that we oftentimes talk about, or that balance. But here's the other side of it that is important to recognize. The expenditure side, roughly 70 to 80%. So we're saying right now it's 75 based upon the modeling we're doing. 75% is where the expenditures fall. So the costs. It's where we serve our residents. It's the quality of services that we do and the variety of services. At the same time, the commercial side is receiving about 25% of our services and things. They don't go to the library as much. Employees there don't oftentimes come to our rec centers. And so what you see is this disbalance on the expenditure side, where we, primarily because we are serving our residents. It's what you all call for, it's what the residents call for, but that's how that kind of works out. So when we talk about the next slide, we've shown you this. This is one of our favorite graphics. Sometimes I think if all I have to give Jennifer each year for her birthday is this graphic, she'd probably be really happy. I'm not foreshadowing that her birthday is about a month away, but this is her graphic for her birthday once again. You're welcome. But in all seriousness, this is, again, the preliminary analysis that we've completed at this point. They will likely change a little bit, but I've compared these numbers to the 2021 long-range financial plan, and they're within the same range. They are not exactly the same numbers, but you can see that the cost to serve, and this is, this is that generalized cost, without the CIP is about almost $5,000. It's $4,600, almost $4,700. And what I really like about the way that Elaine, who is in our communications group, who actually does this, so I can't take credit for it, who puts it all together and makes it graphically aware, is that represents almost the same priorities that you all have for what you think are the most important community services. Building on the base of police and courts, human services, rec, and public works. It's those core things that build the foundation of our homes here in Broomfield and the house that is Broomfield. So you can see that. I'm not going to focus on the net fiscal impact. It's there. You can read it, but because the next slide, please. Shows you exactly those same numbers, but also shows you a couple on the commercial side. So this one is, the numbers are exactly going to match, but it gives you that simple revenue cost side. Again, I've shown you what the percentages are of revenue and costs. You can see the net fiscal effect of each one of those units. And again, it's a typical household. Obviously, there are some households that present and come forward with a really positive, depending on the value of the home and the property taxes, et cetera. But this gives you a typical household. For single-family apartments, the office flex that we were talking about, we've combined those just because that's the way the world is starting to operate. Congo is the perfect example up in the northwest side of the community where it's a tech business that's operating in a 70,000 square foot light industrial site. And the same is true up in Baseline. There's several businesses that are operating more like office there. So you can see that's a net positive $1.53. Production, which is the typical kind of manufacturing or assembly space. And then here's the key, of course. How do we pay for all those services for our residents? Primarily through retail and restaurants. And so that is why the Flatirons Crossing investment that you all approved several years ago and maintaining that, it's right now 14%, 14.2% of our sales tax generation is coming from that particular property. It used to be higher. That was the reason why we all wanted to reinvest. And our goal is to get it back to be a higher percentage again. So with the investments that they're doing and that we did, that's what's happening. At that point, Mayor, I've concluded my comments and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Graham Clark to continue.
Thanks, Jeff. Graham Clark, Finance Director. I'll begin tonight by discussing the initial draft of the 2026 proposed budget, which will be distributed in a couple weeks. We also have Michael Perschetti here from RBC, our financial advisor, to answer any bond-specific questions if there are any. Next slide. The budget development process underwent comprehensive reform, emphasizing data-driven decision-making and enhanced historical spending analysis. The budget team, in collaboration with each department, did a thorough review of every line item expense. This budget optimization was a year-long process beginning right after the 2025 budget was adopted, including multiple meetings with each department. This included a review of 3 spending categories: mandates critical to operations and obligations. We reviewed every contract and looked with an eye to discern if that was the best use of funds. Based on the above, it is staff's finding that there is no available funding for additional programs or new initiatives. Our approach was to intentionally not affect the community's current level of service. Next slide. During this review, one second. During this review, funding remained largely whole in 2 areas, police and public works. Over the last 4 years, the police FTEs grew from 242 to 277 FTEs, a 14% increase. The police budget expanded from 34 million to 44 million. That marked a 27% increase. This investment is directly linked to Broomfield maintaining the lowest crime rate per capita in the metro area. Similarly, we have continued the emphasis of funding critical infrastructure in public works and utilities. In public works, FTEs went from 158 to 220 over the last 5 years. The budget increased 50% as well. Next slide. Because of the fiscal constraints and the intentional effort to have a best-in-class financial structure, we have made several strategic structural adjustments as we head into 2025 R and 2026. Those include a vehicle replacement pause for the next couple of years, reduced travel and training to a minimum, a rigorous review of vacant positions, and we've also leveraged AI across the organization as much as possible. Next slide. The comprehensive budget review was primarily in non-personnel. And that was important because it allowed us to focus on our people. We were able to maintain a merit increase along with the CCOB absorbing the full 14% increase to health insurance in 2026. Next slide. So in addition to the budget development, finance staff along with HR and IT have spent the last 2 years preparing and the last 6 months scoping, interviewing, consultants, and demoing ERP solutions. In July, a decision was made on the next financial and HR solution. Implementation is set to begin in late 2025. This new system will provide better accuracy, transparency, and a user-friendly way to view the overall city and county budget. Next slide. Similar to the operating budget, the efforts to manage capital projects for 2026 budget are in response to a constrained budget and a constrained revenue projection over the next 2 years. During the budget development, some non-critical CIP projects have been delayed while still focusing on repair and rehabilitation of the key existing infrastructure. Next slide. Like most cities and counties, we have annual programs that receive funding each year, such as like the ADA curb ramp project. It has funding from previous years that is accumulated and is adequate for 2026. The delay of smaller CIP projects allow project managers to focus on some of the larger finance projects that we'll talk about later. Next slide. As we shift over to the enterprise funds, you will remember that these are funded differently by user rates and not affected by the property tax or sales tax we were talking about earlier. Next slide. Staff has completed a comprehensive fiscal analysis to evaluate revenues from utility rates, as well as projected expenses based on costs associated with day-to-day operations, capital projects, debt, and annual maintenance. Many variables have had to fall into place in order to keep these same rate projection and cost estimates from last year. Some of the variables include customer usage, weather conditions, development fee revenue, project cost estimates, and operational cost estimates. The proposed increase that we have tonight is in line with our 5-year plan which we laid out last year. Next slide. Additionally, staff has spent the last couple of months getting the Flow Advisory Committee up to speed on the latest enterprise data. So far, we've completed 2 pre-meetings and 1 official meeting in August. The group's objective is to offer feedback and recommendations to council on upcoming enterprise funded projects and actively participate in reviewing the 2027 rate development and 2027 CIP, 5-year CIP, and the recommendations that come with that. Next slide. Okay, based on the asset condition and AECOM's recommendation, maintenance dollars have been increased in order to facilitate a reduction in the backlog projects. The proposed rate increase allows the utility to maintain a proactive maintenance schedule consistent with the capital improvements recommendations from AECOM, protecting the community's investment in the water infrastructure while avoiding more costly emergency repairs that come with deferred maintenance. Next slide. As detailed in the adopted budget from 2025, the 5-year plan includes a second-year increase for an average single-family home of $16.89 per month, and then just under $12 for an apartment. Next slide. This is a look at the apartment and the effects on the apartment average. These do change a little bit. This is the average of the average bill. Of course, in the winter, it's a little bit cheaper, and in the summer, it may be a slightly higher. Next slide. So roughly 90% of the enterprise revenue comes from rates. There are even less federal grants than there was a year ago at this time. So the user rates remain by far the most important funding mechanism. Again, this is year 2 of the 5-year plan that focuses on infrastructure. The fall 2024 projection has remained as we head into the 2026 budget year. Next slide. The prominent focus for utilities is represented in the CIP is maintaining and replacing aging infrastructure and increasing the reliability of the foreign enterprise funds. New regulatory requirements have made user rates even more expensive. Next slide. Here's a look at the water fund. You remember we looked at this about a month ago when we did our quarterly update. You can see that we have a positive fund balance for the water throughout the next 5 years. Next slide. Additionally, we're already planning the next phase of the wastewater project. We anticipate needing to issue bonds again for phase 2 in 2032. This fund, you'll see, has a larger fund balance at the very bottom over the next 5 years because we do plan to partially cash fund the phase 2 project of the wastewater expansion. Next slide. This is the reuse fund. This is a relatively small fund. You can see that the fund balance is steady over the next 5 years, and we have no short-term plans to issue any debt in this fund. Next fund. Next slide. Here's the stormwater fund projection. Stormwater 26 working capital, you can see, is pretty minimal at 1.3 million and 1.0 million in 2026 for the plan, but we do anticipate larger fund balances as we go forward. We feel the 9% increase this year is sufficient for this fund. Next slide. Council established the Utility Rate Assistance Fund to help eligible households for 2025. We recommend that the URAF funding stay in place, but at a 60% AMI versus the current 100% AMI. That's because a majority of the applicants fell under this category. Additionally, to improve efficiency, staff recommends to pay out once a year versus the currently we do it on a quarterly payout basis. Next slide. A few communication highlights. Besides our website and the Broomfield Magazine, we'll also have a short video on our website. We'll continue to notify within the bills themselves. We'll continue to post on social media and in the community newsletter. In addition, we're developing a web-based tool for residents to estimate their specific bill impact based on their water usage. That will be coming shortly and before the budget gets distributed. Next slide. Okay, moving over to bonds. In 2021, Council approved a debt policy. Prior to that, there was not one. Broomfield has one of the highest credit ratings within the state, and it has a credit rating upgrades in the last 2 years. We have a very solid debt service ratio at 4.2% of total revenues in 2024, well below industry standards. Our established rate plan is viewed positively by the rating agencies and investors. As a way of reminder, per Council's direction, CCOB will be issuing 3 bonds in the next 6 months, which is pretty ambitious. The general fund will be funding the police and the first phase of the court remodel. The water fund will have two new water tanks that we'll be financing, and wastewater will have phase 1 of the expansion. Next slide. The issuance underwriter for the RFP is complete. It's common to have a couple of different underwriters during this bonds, which we're doing 3 of them. As I mentioned, Stifel and Piper Sandler have been selected as underwriters for the upcoming bond issuances. Stifel worked with us last year on the borough refinance, and both of them are mainstays in the Colorado bond market. Next slide. Again, Michael Perschetti is here tonight from RBC if we have any bond-specific questions. Next slide. The next steps, we have 2 upcoming study sessions. The first is September 18th, where we'll have half of the department heads talk about their budget. And then the next one is September 25th, where we'll have the second half of the department heads discuss the 2026 proposed budget. And then the proposed budget will be available in early September, with first and second reading happening in October. Next slide. In conclusion, it cannot be understated the amount of internal collaboration that was put forth to adjust this fiscally constrained 2025 R and 2026 budget. While continuing to prioritize public safety and our 5-year plan to fund infrastructure, the organization has taken all the necessary steps to assure spending is within our means from now and into the future. We appreciate the partnership with council, and that concludes tonight's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark and Mr. Romine. We will go to council questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? I know that was a lot to digest, but it was good stuff. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. I think this really does capture the severity of our economic uncertainty. So I guess my first question is, hypothetically speaking, let's pretend, or not pretend, let's just imagine that we don't have a recession. We are not having austerity measures and issues. How would the budget, the financial capital taxes would cope if things looked less grim?
Well, I would add that a lot of the improvements that we made are structural, and there are changes that need to be made anyway. Obviously, we may have new initiatives or new programs if the funding was there potentially, but with it not being there, the changes we needed to make, again, needed to happen anyway. So we feel very good about this 2026 budget.
I appreciate that. And I do want to, applaud that this budget does seem balanced. It seems very, it's looking ahead. And I think that I do generally believe that there are concerns about what's going to be happening in the state of the economy. And I really appreciate that we're doing better than other communities. And so my next question is, I'm concerned with potential, all of our bonds that we've released for big projects. What if developers, they back out, or what if, the market is even worse than we expected? Like, how would that affect the budget?
Again, the projects that we are financing need to happen anyway. Police needs more room. Obviously, the enterprise funds and the projects associated with those need to happen. We don't anticipate, at least talking to our financial advisors and bond counsel, that any of the bond market's going to kind of fall flat or anything like that. We anticipate being able to issue in January and February and have good results with those bonds. Additionally, Moody's upgraded us last year in September, and they've mentioned that we have very manageable debt. That's a third party looking at our overall debt for the entire city and county.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. And my next question revolves with the city employees. I know that according to the memo, aspects of travel would be limited, and there would be more of in-house trainings and opportunities for staff to have. I guess my question is, will there be? Should we be concerned for staff reductions? Because obviously, big news in Denver last week was Denver staff is being cut, and so I guess my question is, or is the Broomfield staff going to be cut? Are we going to have staff members to be able to? Yes, there's going to be some slight, adjustments for their incomes, and I really appreciate that. But is there any thoughts on that front?
We don't anticipate that right now. We had a town hall for our employees in advance of the budget memo dropping. So the first time they heard about it was not this evening. And part of those conversations, we just finished our annual employee survey. And while we anticipated, particularly with the volatility across the board, again, our response rate was double what most other communities see. And we continue to arise with regards to how we are not just compensating employees, but from a cultural perspective, from being heard, from a communication, from across the board. And I think having those town halls and being forthright and deliberative on exactly where we are with the budget and the reason that we're taking those structural modifications, particularly in light, we were quite happy, Councilmember Nguyen, to be able to offer any merit increase. So the fact that it is 1.5, there aren't discussions about hiring freezes. There aren't discussions about furloughs. And we believe that these structural modifications in advance of having to do what some of the other communities are having to do right now is foresight and implementing those. I don't want to speak to them or what their timing was, but certainly for us, we're feeling confident that based on the service levels that we anticipate maintaining right now, we are staffed. I can tell you that new staff, we won't be adding positions other than in those critical categories. And again, Mr. Graham spoke a little bit about it, that any vacancies, they will go through a different process to ensure that filling those vacancies is not an automatic. So it's a mindset, it's a philosophical shift, but it's not one that's in response to financial. It's in response to being best in class and being well-governed.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. I really appreciate the answer. For me, I appreciate the economic data, the fact that our city council or staff is on top of things. And I really appreciate Manager Hoffman's comments on our employees, because I do believe that, having happy employees is making a functional and very, just making sure that the water doesn't break. So I appreciate the comments and the presentation. Hopefully we get better news from just the economy. I yield the rest of my time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. I was interested in your comments that you selected the vendor for the ERP and the implementation is moving forward at the end of 25. What do you project as the completion of the ERP system? And also related to that, there was a decision made that I would think it's all part and parcel of the ERP system, the software in the community development department was delayed. So I guess I was concerned somewhat, and we are in the presentation itself and in other places, we've been promising greater transparency to the community as to decision-making. And certainly we on council have, I think I have, at least I can speak for myself, understood that there's needs to be a deep dive into community development agreements and all the, relationship between those agreements and assets and all that. So I'm a little surprised that we are delaying the community development software as part of that ERP. If you can address that.
In addition to that, perhaps Anna can provide some clarification on what the community development software would do versus what the ERP from a transparency and budgetary and alignment perspective will do. Two different things, Councilmember Lim. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify. Anna, please let us know about the software and community development, and then Graham can cattail on that.
Great, thank you. Anna Burton-Zetti, Deputy City and County Manager. So this is a great opportunity to talk about the difference in the software. So what community development was considering was an update to what we currently use, which is Enterprise. It's primarily used for tracking our projects and permits. It's what residents utilize when they go to our interface on the building division website, for example, and look up permits. So it's utilized in that capacity. And we felt it was important for the ERP to roll out and ensure that the financial systems are established in the ERP so that when we do look at a new software package for the potential update or replacement of Enterprise as it's currently used, it can work collaboratively together and the systems can speak together. So it's important for all of that to work together. This was not related to managing the development agreements. That is handled separately, as well as the asset management. The asset management also will interface with the ERP, but again, different system.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that for me. There's a lot of community interest in the progress on the Broomfield Urban Transit Village redevelopment. Can you give us any update on that and comment on whether any progress on that or lack of progress on that is reflected in the 2026 budget?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So the Urban Transit Village site obviously is the former event center site. For some that may not know, that's the way we refer to it now. As you know, we sent out an RFP. We did not get any responses to that RFP. In part, we've heard from several developers who are still looking at the site but didn't want to respond because of the unfavorable investment conditions and development conditions that are existing. So we're still in conversations with several of them that had indicated that they may respond. Our hope is to continue to generate that interest. I can't go much further than that because we really don't have anything else to say as far as a timing or anything like that. But there are conversations going on with some that had expressed a previous interest, but just weren't a space necessarily to go ahead and propose at the time.
Councilmember Lim, I think it's important to note about that event center site. I know there's a lot of communication out there. There are two pieces in addition to redevelopment that created the opportunity to seize upon in order to demolish that building, even with the existing debt. So to remind council, that debt was established in the early 2000s. There has not been additional debt taken on for the event center. As the event center and the operator decrease the number of shows, that impacts our availability to get insurance. We had to beg and plead for the last 3 years based on the limited amount of revenue being generated in order to issue a letter of credit, number one, and to ensure that we had adequate insurance on that building. Not to mention the operational costs while still having it up and empty. So again, we estimate that savings of having demolished that building is about $1 to $1.5 million a year of costs that we are not assuming right now because it has been torn down. Jeff, did I miss anything on that?
I would just make one correction, and just because of the term insurance, so that you all understand, obviously there's no building there, there's no insurance. What we did when we did the refinancing, as you may recall, is in order to get the vehicle put in place, because we could not get a letter of credit, in order to get the bonds placed at a reasonable rate, we got an insurance policy behind it that was related to the revenue approach. So what that did is that resulted in all of that between the operational savings as well as the capital savings through the bonds of that $1.5 million that Manager Hoffman talked about. So in effect, by doing that, we took a building that was no longer functional and turned it into a greenfield site where somebody could come forward with a redevelopment in the near future at the same time that we conserved our resources and actually ended up resulting in a savings to the budget.
Thank you. I do have a comment on the utility rates assistance program. So I understand, thank you for the data that, well, I think it was 78% of the applicants and final recipients, were under 60% AMI. So I understand, in our second year, it won't be quite as big of a jolt, to, residents with the, increase. So I understand the 60% AMI, to back up to the 60% AMI instead of the 100% AMI. What I'm a little concerned about is moving to from the quarterly reimbursement to the annual reimbursement. And I am interested in knowing, I know you said it would be more efficient for staff, but I'm a little concerned about the impact on those who need that reimbursement at, below 60% AMI. I'm imagining talking to nonprofits or other stakeholders and saying, does someone who's really applying for this under 60% AMI, can they wait a whole year to get reimbursed, or are they of such means that they need to get that reimbursement on a quarterly basis? So that's my concern, my reaction to seeing that, and that's my concern.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. It's a good question. What we hadn't talked yet about is the timing of when that payment would occur. So I'm not sure it couldn't happen earlier, and they would actually get the money prior to what they would normally get if it was a quarterly basis. We could potentially front load that in, say, May or April, maybe before that, before some of the larger months come in terms of their bills themselves.
I mean, that crossed my mind, but then I thought, well, what if somebody moves out and it's no longer relevant for them to get that reimbursement? So that's what I saw as the problem. And I'll just say that is what stuck out to me as a concern in that reassessment of that program. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also just say ditto for Councilmember Lim. I think it's a good point that for those with below 60 or below 30, especially, maybe could be a quarterly, makes more sense when you live paycheck to paycheck. I just wanted to put a few things in context. There's a lot of information to process. The $6 to $8 million cut that you're proposing, I believe, is around 2% of the total budget, roughly. Denver's cutting 4.5%, though they have special circumstances. Aurora is cutting 25 million, which I think is also about 2%. So it sounds like we're sort of in where other cities and municipalities are in terms of our budget crunch. Is that correct?
I think just to clarify, we didn't cut 6 to 8 million. We're anticipating $6 to $8 million just for the property tax. So that was one element that we looked at in the scheme of things with the budget optimization. So when we look at the totality of the scrubs, and Councilmember Cohen, the exercise was fundamentally beneficial because historically, the comparison wasn't apple to apple on the budget versus the actuals. And so when you look at over 5 years, the budget increasing exponentially looks very different than when you take the actuals and have that number with any type of correlation, whether it be FTEs or growth, or when you're comparing that to the revenues. So when we're looking at the overall piece, we didn't look at it from, we're in alignment with the other folks as far as the amount that they were cutting. We weren't trying to get to an end goal of 6 to 8 million, but rather the real event was to modify the structure as we moved forward, given one of the elements of the $6 to $8 million decrease in property tax.
Okay. Basically, all the communities across the Front Range are experiencing similar revenue drops and are adjusting to it differently. It's what I was trying to say. It sounds like we're in a better position than most.
Agreed.
in that even Aurora is talking about dipping into reserves or transferring money from different trust funds and a lot of variety of accounting measures that it sounds like we're not at that point.
We are not, and we don't want to get there. One of the pieces to Councilmember Cohen is one of the things that we didn't highlight is the focus on and it may seem counterintuitive, but when we were in the midst of COVID and we did have furloughs and we did have a reduction in services, that was exactly the same time that we started saying we are going to beef up our reserves to the extent of having a goal to be at 20%, which is twice of the state mandate, and significantly higher than where we have been. So from a Broomfield perspective and from a leadership perspective, when we think of reserves, when I hear other communities or when I'm with other city managers or county managers, tapping into reserves is not like tapping into your savings account. And so our crew has the definition. It's not even a rainy day fund. It is a, oh my gosh, things are, from a public safety perspective or a flood perspective or a fire perspective, from a public health and public safety perspective, something has gone down. So we're at 20%, which has allowed us to expend less this year than we have historically over the years in order to get to that 20%. So yeah, the other communities, when they're talking about tapping into the reserves, again, it comes back to that structural conversation that we are years out from doing that other than from an act of God.
Terrific. So I'm just trying to emphasize the positives because some may take this to a negative determination, and it really doesn't look that bad by comparison, especially when the debt service is so low. And I think, Graham, you said something really quickly about highest credit rating in the state. Did there something to that effect? What was that comment?
One of the highest
One
credit
of the
rating.
highest.
It's not the very highest.
It can be a goal. Okay. I did want to urge that going forward that I know some people are going to look at the percentage increases in police and public works and question that. So I really hope we can clarify going forward for folks what that got to people, what that delivered, in addition to, lowest per capita crime rate, but some of the additional police services, court services, public work programs, et cetera. I know you had a list that you provided, includes the things that we've expanded that have, housing, sustainability, community engagement, oil and gas monitoring that have a cost, but have had results. One last thing that just caught me here, and you made a reference to leveraging AI. Have we found a cost savings in leveraging AI? I know I'm still in the cautionary stage with AI because it hallucinates like crazy and it's something that takes a lot of time to watch. So I'm just curious, where are we leveraging AI and what savings can we get?
So we are not at the savings. We too are, so I feel like the Broomfield AI champion in that the opportunities are significant with harnessing that power. But like all things in Broomfield, we're not going to jump into it from a utilization perspective, but we start with fundamentally having a structure of security, firewall, safety, guidelines, under what circumstances, policies, procedures. We have a 70-person champion team that regardless of how long they've been here or what their title is or what department they represent, they are true champions because their mind's right. How to utilize it, under what circumstances, how effective is it, knowing that it really is sandwiched. So from an AI perspective, you have a human being on the front, you have AI as a tool. It's not a solution. And then you have, and I'm looking over at Councilmember Delgadillo because we talk a lot about this during our one-on-ones. And then you have the review and assessment on the back end. So again, it's harnessing that power. I think the way that we've been utilizing it thus far, council memos, anticipating council questions, presentations. Councilmember Cohen, you and I had an exchange about how to effectively utilize it while still giving transparency and clarity to items. So the tone of the emails, the outreach, the engagement. So I think one of the biggest pieces thus far is the rapid response. Staff is exceptional at doing deep dives and quick turnaround times. This is a tool that utilizing can help us consolidate vast amounts of information quickly. So as we continue to nurture, grow, and embrace the capabilities, these conversations with council and with our community will continue to expand.
Well, I certainly think you should explore it. I'm in the same spot in my workplace of trying to figure out how it can be used, when it can be used, where to be wary of it, I was curious if you've discovered a savings somewhere. Because it's still, who knows where we'll be in 6 months, of course, with what AI will be able to produce for us, but I was curious about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the wonderful presentation. I kind of want to start with slide 8, which is, Mr. Romine, you had said that there is a moderate supply and demand growing. Do we anticipate, because of our still lack of housing, particularly in the income-aligned space, that developers focusing more on just units they can sell for the time being will put a more upward pressure on rents and home prices going into the future, knowing that right now they've kind of stabilized for the time being?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So obviously adjustments to the demand side as well as the supply side of the market will have unique effects. And I think what your question really is with the changes in supply, would we expect to see some sort of upward push on either rents or housing prices? I don't think so at this point. I think what we're talking about is how the market is delivering. When we talk amongst, even with our developers, what they're saying is I'm going to bring a 25 unit or 25 of the 50 units I thought. This year, I'm going to bring 25 this year and 25 next. So what we're seeing is a moderation in pace, more so than some sort of restriction on the actual supply coming forward. Obviously, there will be, there's no such thing as a perfect equilibrium market. And so there will be some, obviously, variance within that, but that's really what we're experiencing from talking to the developers. And I can think of several cases where the information we've gotten in the last 2 months was, I thought I was going to do 26, I'm going to do 13, but we're still moving forward with the next 13. So it's a moderation of time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I guess my next question might be somewhat of a piggyback off of a question or comment that Councilmember Cohen made. I think it was Mr. Romine had mentioned that the PPI, Producer Price Index, is growing. I don't know if he used the word exponentially, but quite significantly, and it's outpacing CPI. Do we anticipate that even with some of the structural changes that you and your staff are making, Manager Hoffman, that this will in the future, since we're going to be probably in this kind of stagflation realm for about 3 years, at least, was what Mr. Romine said, that we will not continue to be able to lean the budget before other measures are needed, if that made any sense?
Let me take a shot at telling you what I think I heard the question to be before I answer it.
Go ahead.
Tough budget the next 2 to 3 years. Given one element will outpace the other, are we anticipating additional structural measures and or level of service conversations?
I think that is a great summary of what I just said,
The
much more eloquently.
The answer to both is yes. It will drive it. And by that, I mean, that's why, in Mr. Romine's conversation and Mr. Rogers, Mr. Clark's presentation, this structural modification and shift from a council, from a staff perspective, when we talk about trade-offs, that's exactly where we are going to be. And so when staff has development discussions, I mean, you just noted one of the competing priorities. The need for attainable houses versus any type of commercial trade-off. So those are conversations that council will have to be entertaining and making those tough choices. Because part of your question, Councilmember Ward, regarding service level trade-offs and additional measures, those additional measures are here now. As we move forward, again, the Great Western conversation about, yes, we want attainable housing. Yes, we want affordable housing. Yes, we want to be able to provide, but we need to be really conscientious of what is that cost, not just now, but 3 years from now and 5 years from now. And being able to have those trade-off conversations with council and the community to be able to say, if we are saying that this piece is a priority, service level for other members of this community may very well be the trade-off because you don't have enough funds to do everything. So I think a long answer to a short question, Councilmember Ward, is we're already where your question is. We are to that trade-off question, not because we are turning over the couch cushions, but because we don't want to get to the place of turning over the couch cushions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And then my next question is going off of a question and comment that Councilmember Lim had raised about the user rate assistance fund. Kind of walk me through with this recommendation to go to the yearly setup instead of the quarterly. Currently, for sale homes or just single family homes that are not rented out, they have a credit attached to their account, whereas people who rent receive a check reimbursement every 3 months or so. That's correct?
Correct.
And so switching to this yearly model, are we keeping with that same mentality of the for sale units will continue to have a credit and renters will continue to be reimbursed, or are we switching to all will be reimbursed at one point in the year?
There would be no change in how it's distributed currently. A lot of them, like you mentioned, are credits on the bills. And so if they were to move, for instance, they just wouldn't get, we would take that credit back essentially. So, you know, there's some things that we can discuss in terms of timing, but to answer your question, the distribution between apartments and single family houses or renters in apartments would not change.
Okay. And then do you have kind of the breakdown of the number of people of that 78% who use this service? How many of them were in kind of that traditional single family home who would receive the credit, and those who are in a rental situation, whether that be in multifamily or a single family, receiving that reimbursement? Do you know what that percentage breakdown is?
I do know that our housing department has that, and we can provide that to you very quickly.
Okay, that'd be great. I think in general, that was one of the things that I flagged in the presentation was, I do not feel comfortable moving towards a yearly, either credit or reimbursement, particularly the reimbursement for renters. I think maybe that once a year credit at the beginning of the year to a single family home is better because you're just putting it on for the whole year and then readjusting it as time goes on if they move or if circumstances change. But for those renters in particular, I mean, even from the first of the year to either April or May, as you may have suggested, that is quite a long time to have to budget for something that you're already doing maybe paycheck to paycheck, or you're already having to shuffle around on different credit cards or not pay certain bills at this time in order to pay for this one. I can't see going forward with that yearly recommendation. I think besides that, I don't really have any other questions or comments. I appreciate kind of this update and letting us know where we stand. Thank you.
Just to follow up on your question regarding the credits and how many percentage, what the percentage was for credits and what the percentage was for checks. Again, checks go to renters. That's about 15% generally over the first 2 quarters, and credits to the bills, so the non-renters, is about 85%. So a large majority are the credits on their bills.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Shab.
Thank you, Mayor. So there, as Councilmember Nguyen noted, there are current conversations and legislative bills being drafted to manage a $700 million deficit that was created in the state budget due to HR 1 being passed in Congress. There are layoffs happening in Denver. There are hiring freezes and layoffs occurring in other communities and cities in Colorado. It's truly remarkable that Broomfield continues to be in a stable position. And the credit goes to our staff and our council for the work that has been done over the last 3 to 4 years. It seems like the focused work will continue in the foreseeable future, and so it will get harder. But the dedication and that diligence continues. So thank you to Jennifer Hoffman, Nancy Rogers, Judge Amy Bachman for continuing to assemble a tremendous team of professionals in our CCOB community. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to this excellent memo tonight. It's full of policy, and it really guides a strong path forward for Broomfield. I'm interested to hear, from my colleagues, if they agree with these policy recommendations that are contained within this memo, especially as we continue to discuss the 2026 budget conversations in September. One of these budget policies is the matter of buckets. So those mandates, critical needs, and obligations. I'm thankful that we have a definition around that other category that we've discussed, that being any funding request not categorized by a mandate, critical need, or obligation, but necessary to provide ongoing programs and services. So, as we go through our budget conversations for 2026, I'll be interested to see, do we continue to adhere to that model, or are we wanting to change that? Are we wanting to slip other things into that other model, or are we going to continue to adhere to this new definition of the other category, providing ongoing programs or support to ongoing programs and services, as opposed to creating new services and new programs? One of the questions I have is around this idea of the full-time equivalents. And maybe this isn't a question that you can answer tonight, but I would appreciate it as we get into the 2026 conversation. So you had made the statement around full-time equivalents for the police department grew from 242 to 277. And that had a direct correlation or a link to Broomfield maintaining the lowest crime rate per capita in the metro area. You then go on to say that that the full-time equivalents increased from 158 to 220 in the, I believe it was in the water, Public Works, maybe it was in the water. But there isn't necessarily a outcome that is demonstrated by that. There is demonstrated by the kind of kind of reflecting the increase that is needed in terms of the understaffed, that was in existence, inflation, supply chain challenges. So it's addressing some of those things, but I'm hoping to have some type of outcome of how many roads were improved, what our status of in terms of our water enterprise, things like that. I would love to have those outcomes. So again, you don't have to answer that tonight, but as we get into the 2026, I'd love to have that. One of the issues that we start to look at is what kind of impacts are we going to have within the organization? And one of those is the travel and external training budgets. There's significant reductions to staff travel and external training budgets. And I'm curious, one of the pieces that council controls is our own travel and training budgets. And I'm curious if council would be open to the idea of limiting travel to in-state only as we go into 2026 to send a signal that we are managing our budget as well along with our staff. But I think that we could go even further. Perhaps we evaluate the travel associated with council's appointments to boards and commissions. So where are we traveling within the state and what meetings are we going to? And then also further reviewing boards and commissions to ensure that there is effective use of resources with those boards and commissions that we are self-appointed to. Another piece was the salary ranges that we have that were for staff. So one of the pieces of this was that we will hold the 2025 salary ranges for 2026. My guess is that that's going to have an impact on that market increase. And so I'm curious, will this have a big impact in 2027 or later when the market increases may have large increases because we're not addressing these every year?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf, I'm going to take a shot at that. The answer is it may. And to what degree? What we do know is that there was a spike, if you will, in salaries coming out of COVID. So when we looked at part of that compensation philosophy of leading, and when council implemented we will lead the organization and the surrounding municipalities, it's one of the reasons that our staff looks and delivers the way that we do, is because of that compensation philosophy. It also allows us to have established credibility among our staff that when available, we are a pay for performance organization. There's a lot of communication about providing COLAs and some communities in the past have decided to attach COLAs in addition to market and merit. So as we've discussed, there's a difference between merit and market. Market is where you would pay anybody in that you're paying for the position. Merit is the performance of that. So part of us staying at the same range that we are right now, we think that we have room in order to do that because we have been hyper vigilant over the last 4 years to ensure that we've been leading the market. So we don't anticipate that we are going to fall behind. That may very well, depending upon how it looks in 2027, a bigger conversation for this time next year. We have some room within the range because of what we've done for 2026. If additional measures need to be taken with regards to personnel in 2027, that's a much bigger conversation at that point because we probably don't have a 2-year window in order to keep things status quo.
Thank you for that. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions surrounding our philosophy about taking out debt, taking out bonds, that sort of thing. So generally, how do we decide? So I did look this up in advance, whether there's a standard maturity date for bonds, and it seems like there's a standard range. But how do we determine how long to maturity a bond takes? How do we decide kind of that sweet spot probably between an exchange between the rate we're getting and then also, you know, a decreased burden in terms of the budget for paying for that bond?
I'm going to start that conversation and then Mr. Clark, and perhaps we take a shot at that. But I can, from a philosophical perspective rather than technical, which we'll get to in a minute, part of those conversations, we've known that we were outgrowing our PD building for 4.5 years. Those increase in order to meet the level of service and to keep up with our population growth. When you're adding staff, it's not just police officers, right? It's the support staff that is required in order to support that number of police officers. We also knew that when we track quarterly, monthly over the last 2 years of the bond debt, taking out debt is something that not only is it not taken lightly, Councilmember Delgadillo, but prolonging that execution until we were able to reach 2027, which was the maturity of the COPs, right? So again, it's not assuming additional debt wasn't based on need. Assuming additional debt was based on need, but only after we knew that those, the defeasance of those existing bonds were on track. Otherwise, we wouldn't be now to the place to where we're going to be doing 3. Again, from a staff load perspective, to do 3 bonds at this magnitude in a 6-month period of time is significant. While it may appear that this is a knee-jerk reaction to be able to say, if we're going to do 1 bond, we might as well do 2. We might as well. That is not at all. These conversations have been occurring for the last 4.5 years, the last 10 years with regards to the public works for the wastewater treatment facility. So we would not be recommending assuming additional debt had we not been defeasing these existing bonds, because to your point, when we're building the budget for the debt payments, we don't want to assume paying for the existing COP and then adding that additional debt for the police and courts building. But rather, it's really a $2.5 million payment that we're going to be looking at, because when we look at the debt that's being defeased and the new debt, you subtract it instead of adding it on. So again, when we're looking at these budgetary tables, while hard to track, which is why we are all eager, particularly our finance department, to implement the ERP, as big a lift as it is, it really is that transparency to address the questions ongoing that you're asking right now, particularly with regards to debt. Technically, Mr. Clark, fill in those gaps.
Yeah, Councilmember Delgadillo, generally municipal debt is between 20 and 30 years. We try and stay on the 20-year amount. And I'm going to introduce Michael Perschetti. We work closely with RBC on such deals, and I'm going to have him fill in some more details.
Great, thank you. Michael Perschetti with RBC Capital Markets. We're the financial advisor to Broomfield. And generally speaking, we have tried to keep it to around that 20-year mark, 20 to 25 years. And in today's market, what you've generally seen is a steepening of the yield curve. So as we go out further in terms of our borrowing, it's more expensive, right? So if you're borrowing on a 10-year basis versus a 20-year basis versus a 30-year basis, your total interest cost increases over time. Councilmember, as you noticed, and probably have looked at as well, your amortization changes during that time, which means your annual cost can change over time. And what you want to look at is what is your annual payment versus what is your total repayment. And as we have a steepening of that yield curve, those longer maturities and the longer your debt is, the more your interest cost is over the total term of that bond issue. And so we try to maintain within what we can, within the budget, within the fiscal responsibility of Broomfield, was looking at staff, what can be afforded on a reasonable basis, on an annual basis, and reduce that totality of those interest payments, because ultimately those interest payments are just money out the door to an investor, and we want to reduce that as much as possible and have money come back into the Broomfield community.
Great, thank you for that. And then another question that I had is that I think when I listen to folks in the community, there seems to be a little bit of and this is understandably confusing, a little bit of confusion between the total amount that is bonded versus our annual payments for that. And in the comparison I frequently see is the total amount that has been bonded versus our annual budget. And obviously those numbers are, you know, more similar than that annual payment is. So can we just, for us, but also for anyone who might be listening, can you explain the nuance between the two of those and just why, even though the bond amount, I know that can be a scary big number, like put that into context for us?
Either Michael or Graham, I think what else would be helpful, I don't know what page it is in the memo, although we can recite almost every line of that memo. I think one of the pieces to help with this answer is when we are, the best in class is the 10% and the 5%, and the difference between revenue and assessed. Can you just briefly go over that? And I think that gets to Councilmember Delgadillo's question. When you're looking at the totality of the amount versus the monthly payment, and what is that best in class when you're saying under 10% or under 5%?
So I'll sort of restate what I think I'm hearing here. And one of the things that we look at in general is the credit rating, right? So what is the credit rating of Broomfield? And that varies depending on the revenue stream that we have that is available and that is being pledged to the obligation. So Broomfield has outstanding certificates of participation, sales tax revenue bonds, sewer bonds, and water bonds, along with the borough bonds that we talked about previously. Each of those are separate and disparate revenue streams that we look at, similar to how you look at a budget on a regular basis. All of those are rated in the AA category, so either AA2 or AA1 from Moody's, which is one notch below the highest rating that you can achieve, which is a AAA rating, on par with the United States government rating actually currently. Within that, Councilmember, I think what I'm hearing is the number for the total amount of borrowing that is occurring versus what is being paid on an annual basis. And what we're talking about here with Broomfield staff is the budget and what is being paid on an annual basis. And so when you look at, for example, the police facility, we're looking at approximately an $80 million borrowing for that facility. But when you look at the payments on an annual basis, you're a little over $5 million. And so on a budgetary basis, it's that $5 million that is important to you. And what Manager Hoffman was referring to is the metrics that we look at to get to the rating that is determining your interest costs or your borrowing costs. So it's like your FICO score, right? And the higher that is, the lower that your cost of borrowing is overall. And so Broomfield has generally maintained around a 4% amount of leverage within the general fund. Generally speaking, if you're less than 10 to 15% based upon Moody's ratings criteria, you're in that AA rating category. Kind of a sweet spot of where you want to be. And what I'm representing by that is you are in a position where you are not a heavily leveraged or heavily debt-laden city and county, both within Colorado and nationally. And so while these numbers are very big, you have not traditionally had to borrow a lot of debt in the past. So hopefully, Councilmember, that answered your question.
Yeah, that does really help to conceptualize it and just kind of understanding the difference between the two. So thank you for that.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
As City Manager Hoffman mentioned, there's two primary ways of looking at it. Michael mentioned the 4%, and that's kind of debt service payments as a percentage of your overall revenues. That's one way of looking at it. Our debt policy goes by total assessed value. And so right now it's about 4% also of our payments and this is another industry standard, as the assessed, the 4% of the total assessed value of the property is currently what we're at as well. So we're well in, our debt policy states 10% is the max. And so those are two different ways of looking at debt, and both are industry standards, and we're both well leveraged and positioned on each of them.
Okay, thank you for that. So that's very helpful. I think one of the big takeaways I'm getting from your comments is that the budget that we have, comparing that to the annual debt payment versus like the total amount we have taken out as a loan, look at more of the, if it were a person, the net worth, right? The total assessed value. So that's really the comparison, not the comparison that I see a lot of the time is total amount taken out versus the annual budget, which is kind of two different things. So thank you for that. And thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of comments. Thank you for the presentation. This is really great information. I keep feeling that, we at the local level are, much as economic conditions is, being made for us by people that are shooting themselves in the foot. So we do what we can, and I appreciate all the work that our staff does. The only really comment that I have, because all my questions were answered, is kind of reiterating what a couple other people have said. I have significant issue with the moving to an annual payment for the assistance fund. I just don't see how, as someone who in the past has lived paycheck to paycheck, who has sold blood to pay electric and water bills, I can tell you that they can't wait. And the opposite is true. Even the idea of paying them up front, low-income individuals do not have the luxury of saving money. So if you get a chunk of money up front, it's going to go to pay it's going to pay a bill. It's going to pay a hospital bill or something else. They don't have the luxury of being able to keep it to make up the water bill later on. So I understand the reasoning behind the proposal of make it easier for staff. I completely understand that. I appreciate that. But I think the negative potential impact to the residents outweighs that, in my opinion. So that's my really only feedback tonight. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just had it's getting really late here, but just to keep this answer short, but on the capital improvement projects delay, and this also goes to like putting off vehicle purchases and others. If we go through this process of delaying for a few years, is that just going to like heap all this on us in a few years and have to recover from it? Or are we accounting for that future period, if that makes sense?
I wish we had the luxury to be hyper concerned about that, but we don't have the luxury of doing that.
So we just wait till that time comes, and when we're in a better situation, can start to address some of the backlog.
Part of the vehicle replacement, which is why it's structural, we're not saying we're not going to do anything except delay. So from a structural perspective, we have a 10-year replacement program right now. So when we dig into the data and we make data-driven decisions, we are looking at the amount we spend for maintenance, under what circumstances we spend for maintenance, what is the maintenance schedule? If we beef up the maintenance schedule on the front end, does that impact the availability to go from 10 years to 12 years to 15 years? So while this year of a timeout of the vehicle replacement schedule, we will be doing a significant deeper dive with the numbers so that we can fundamentally understand to what degree it makes a difference on the ROI to front load that maintenance. And it also has from a Broomfield community perspective, we become accustomed to the 10-year replacement. And so philosophically, does it make a difference when you know you're coming up to that 10-year replacement from a maintenance schedule perspective? So we're going to be doing a lot of work to ensure that that is a sound model moving forward. And this is our timeout year in order to do that.
And I'm assuming that also on the capital improvement projects, as a list grows, there'll be some kind of analysis on how to best recover? Or is that just like, wait and see what happens?
Twofold, Councilmember Anderson, and that is living, again, that the philosophical approach of there's a finite pot of funds, and really understanding the difference between those buckets require the disciplined approach to be able to say, I really want that park. That the community's been waiting for X park for a really long time. And being able to apply the model of those buckets, that's part of what Councilmember Ward was asking about, that's the trade-offs. That's where we are right now, is making those trade-offs. So it's not reprioritizing. It fundamentally, we've been talking about it for about a year and a half now, it's reallocation. So in order for this to happen, what is not going to happen that's already been agreed to? And then that shift. So again, it's the ongoing dialogue about where best to spend the money after critical obligation and mandates are met.
And then the only other point I want to mention, in addition to some of the concerns about these reimbursements and this ability for people to like make it from paycheck to paycheck. I mean, I'm hearing all that. So the only other thing beyond all that's been said that I can think of is this utility rate increase is going to be tough to swallow, coming on the heels of having just had an increase. And so I'm just hoping that somewhere in the messaging going out, we are covering that is the enterprise fund, that is the money, that all that money is within that pot, and that is what it costs to maintain this infrastructure. That is just the cost of doing business. That is not, if we can just somehow try to help make sure that messaging goes out, because it's going to be tough. Although at the same time, though, I guess the only other thought I'm thinking of is I'm assuming that residents will see a little bit of relief on the property taxes. So hopefully there's hopefully within that portion, they can recover these extra increases on their water utility bills. So I appreciate all the information. I know we're going to be discussing this more soon. So thank you.
Any other comments from council? Questions? All right, well, all mine were answered, and that presentation was fabulous. Thank you all so much for your work to bring this forward, and I'm feeling pretty positive, so I'm just really grateful. And thank you, council, for the very thoughtful discussion. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. Is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? All right, there being no further business, the council study session is adjourned. Good night.